Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this special meeting of Fernie City Council held on February 20th, 2026. Kisu Kukit. We acknowledge the city of Fernie is located within Kukinamakis, the unceded territory of Yakutat Nucleat First Nation. We recognize that we live and work within their vast lands. The Kanahunik are from Yakutat Nucleat and are members of Tanaha-speaking peoples of British Columbia, Idaho, and Montana. I will call the meeting to order at 1:01 p.m. and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the following staff recommendation that the agenda of the February 20th, 2026 special council meeting be adopted. Mover? Moved by Councillor Audie Kelly, seconded by Councillor Shoesmith. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Ramadas. I'll try and keep an eye on the screen for you. Thanks.
Sure. Very well. Thank you.
I'll now open the floor to public participation and invite the public in attendance or participating electronically who wish to comment on items listed on the meeting agenda in accordance with section 3.7.3 of the procedure bylaw to address council, except speakers must not address council regarding a matter for which a public hearing must be held or has been held pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of the matter or adoption of the bylaw. Speakers must not address council regarding a permit for which public notice must be given or has been given pursuant to the Local Government Act prior to council's consideration of issuance of the permit. The speaker may only address council for a maximum of 3 minutes, and speakers are asked to state their full name and community of residence. Seeing no speakers in the gallery, is there anyone online who's indicated? Thank you. With that, we'll jump right into the business. Item 11.1, 2026 to 2030 Financial Plan, a report from our Director of Finance, Mr. Burdett.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Afternoon, Council, members of the gallery, people at home. I'd like to start by apologizing for bringing you all here on this Bluebird Powder Friday afternoon. I actually checked the last 3 years during our big budget meetings has been a big dump of snow. So it's safe to say that even the Grizz gets excited about the city's budget process, I think.
You did say you were going to come up with a new joke, so well done.
Thank you. Today, we're going to be going through the 2026 to 2030 financial plan. Brief agenda for tonight, a couple introductory slides explaining at a high level what a municipal budget is and how it works. And then we will revisit the 5 key organizational constraints and 7 financial plan guidelines in detail that staff used to prepare this budget. These constraints and guidelines were presented to council in November of last year. Then I have some more department focused slides that summarize changes from last year. After all those are done, we'll switch over to our capital and major project slides, at which point some people from each of our departments will take over. And then I will close with some information on our next meetings. And I also have a spreadsheet that I can bring up for council to explore some of the options that we'll talk about as we go along this afternoon. This is the budget schedule itself. Today we're going through everything, operating and capital, February 20th. 2 Tuesdays from now, which is March 3rd, I'm calling that the drill down meeting. If over today's meeting, council asks a question that requires a little more investigation by staff, it can be tabled and brought back to council at this March 3rd meeting. If council would like to explore a specific change in service level, or perhaps explore the impact of not doing a particular project, we can make note of this and bring it to the meeting on the 3rd. And then March 10th will be a recap, summary of public input, and further discussion, and then official council direction around tax rate. And then finally, 3 meetings for readings of the budget bylaw with adoption scheduled for April 14th. So what is a municipal budget? Very simply, it's determining how much money will be raised by the city, how much money is spent, and what it's spent on. At a high level, this budget is split into 3 major sections. One is the operating budget, which is our day-to-day budget. And here would be expenses like wages, benefits, insurance, utilities, like heat and electricity, repairs and maintenance, operating supplies, and so on. The second major category is our capital budget. Capital would be larger expenditures that the city plan on using for a period of time longer than 12 months. A few examples of these would be vehicles, our upcoming official community plan, playgrounds, and so on. And the third major section is our utilities budget. Council will recall the earlier meetings in this budget process that looked at our water and sewer utilities in more detail, with council ultimately adopting an updated user fee bylaw for both water and wastewater. So no further detail on utilities through this meeting, but you will see some of those water and sewer numbers on some of the tables, as those numbers ultimately do also make it into our financial plan bylaw. Municipal budget every year must be done via a council adopted bylaw. This budget bylaw must be for a period of 5 years. But if you're wondering why we're doing this year's budget in February, it's mainly because we're still operating on last year's budget bylaw, which, because it was for 5 years, includes this year as well. These bylaws must be adopted and submitted to the province every year by May 15th for review. A municipality's budget must be balanced. It's not like the federal or even provincial budgets where they're always talking about surplus or shortfall, usually shortfall. We don't have that option. And so really our only two options when it comes to balancing the budget is either by raising the amount of revenue we bring in to meet increasing costs, or by finding and utilizing new and efficient ways of doing things to reduce costs. The city, since I've been here, has been utilizing a mix of both options. And then lastly, just a note on surplus. I kind of see this question pop up every year in various forms. I've snipped our audited statements here on this slide. There's our revenues and then expenses and then annual surplus. But what isn't included on this is our contributions to reserves or capital purchases. So if you look at our statements only, it looks like we run a surplus, but it's really just how those financial statements are presented. So for this year, how much money are we expecting to come in? Our biggest source of funds is property tax, which comes from single-family residences, businesses. We also get a portion of the property tax paid to the province by the coal mines in Sparwood and Elkford. Special assessments are parcel taxes we collect, an example of which is the parcel tax on some West Fernie residents, which is collected to help pay off the cost over 30 years of their wastewater infrastructure when they amalgamated with Fernie in 2018. Emergency services is the amount we get from the regional district to provide fire services at the ski hill. Solid waste collection is part of the quarterly utility fees. The next 8 lines on this screen, from arena rental to curling club rental, is the amount we raise from our programs and daily rentals at various facilities. Permits and licenses halfway down the page are mostly related to building permits, development permits, engineering review, business licenses, and so on. Fines are mostly made up of parking, towing fees, and animal bylaw infractions. Rentals would be our longer term rentals. So for example, most of the long-term tenants at Max Turk fall under here. Also the courthouse that we rent out to the province. Income on investments, which is fairly self-explanatory, but because property tax is due in July, the portion of that money that's meant to be used on our operating budget will earn interest until it's spent. The penalties that come from late tax payments also go into the city's general revenue. Miscellaneous revenue is for smaller services we provide. For example, really old pieces of equipment sometimes go to auction. We issue tax certificates for a fee is another example. Unconditional grants is a grant from the province, which is called the Small Communities Grant. We get it every year and there's no conditions on what it can be used for. Grants and conditional transfers are grants we've been awarded that do have a specific purchase. They're usually put towards a capital project, but we do occasionally get an operationally based grant, though those are usually quite small. That line being 8.9 million. The majority of that is roughly half of the fire hall project, expected to come in either by borrowing or grant this year. Transfers from reserves is money we pull out of reserves to pay for capital projects. So all told, 2026 budgeted revenues is just over 33.4 million. And now how much money will go out? I won't go through all these lines individually, but basically whenever you see a specific building, location, or asset, which for the most part is the top section of the right column and the bottom section of the left column, starting with sidewalks, streets, and so on, there's about 35 of these specific locations or assets on this list The numbers in those rows are the cost of running and maintaining those assets, including salaries of our maintenance staff, items like insurance and utilities and so on. The top section of 9 rows in the left column is in essence more administrative section, and it includes items such as salaries for council, salaries for finance department, including myself, AP, payroll, cash receiving, front desk customer service, purchasing, maintenance management. Corporate admin is in there, which includes HR, communications, front desk support, council meeting support. Asset management is a department of 3 people, but over half the cost there is actually all of our computer support, maintenance, software, subscriptions, licensing, and things like that.
Sorry, Councilor Rabinas has a question.
I do, Your Worship, if you wouldn't mind. CFO, if you could please go back to the previous slide. I was just wondering with the aquatic center rental and services, we optimized some of the fees there last year. Did that have any impact at all here?
Thanks, Councilor Amadas. That line has increased every year for the last 4 years at least. Part of that is recovering from COVID and getting back to our normal hours. Part of that is the increased fees at the pool as well. I think it's almost doubled in the last 4 years. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, it did. And also I had one more question on page 2 of our binder. I don't know if you will go through those pages also at some point.
Sorry, Councillor, could page 2, and then could you repeat the rest?
Page 2 of the binder, I have a few questions. Will you be going through those exact pages at some point?
I don't intend to go through the binder line by line, but
Okay.
certainly welcome to ask them. The only preface I would make is if you're asking specific to actuals, I do say this later too, but I'll note in the just the timing of these budget presentations. Sorry, the timing of these budget presentations is kind of before we finished our year-end and audit. So some of the actuals do look a bit off, but I do have explanations for all those. So if you do want to ask a few questions about those, please do. But that's my preface for a lot of the numbers in this binder right now.
Okay, I'll save it for later, CFO. I'll maybe send you an email or something. It may take a long time if you go through that.
Yeah, but that's also why we're here. But also, if you do send an email, I can make sure all of council gets that answer and summarize the questions for the public at the March 3rd meeting. So whichever way you want to do it, it works for me.
Yeah, just want it to be as efficient as possible. I'll probably send an email. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So moving on from asset management, the grants line is our community investment, which is funding to the library, art station, senior center, visitor information center, and museum. That line's our annual contributions to those 5 groups for their service agreements. The second section on the left column is protective services, which includes fire, RCMP, and bylaw. And then there's building inspection and planning there. There's a section for our engineering, safety, and the rest of the team at the ops facility. Lastly, the green section at the bottom of the right column is the interest and principal we pay on debt, the amount we transfer annually to our reserves, and the amount we intend to spend on capital projects this year. And then there's the dark blue line is the total of this slide's expenses, and then the previous slide's revenues, which leaves us with a shortfall of just over 413,000 for 2026. So then what happens with that shortfall? Again, the budget must be balanced. If that shortfall is funded purely through a tax increase, that would translate this year to a 4.03% increase. Last year's tax increase, for reference, was 7.46%. The other option would be a reduction in a specific service level. Fernie does own a lot of buildings, way more than the average municipality of our size, and just about all of them are really old buildings, and they're expensive to maintain and keep running. The decision on how to balance the budget is ultimately up to council. And again, staff will be asking for council for a decision on March 3rd using information from this budget meeting, the results of the fall budget survey, and also the feedback from the public events next week. After council makes their decision and a budget bylaw is adopted, the next step in the budget process is the tax rate bylaw. The city is only allowed to collect the amount of money that council has authorized the city to collect. That is the only relevant number, the dollar value of taxation revenue. Assessment value does not really matter. Our tax revenue does not go up or down with assessment values on top of the increase council has approved. Assessment values are only used to help us set what the tax rate for each property is in order for us to collect the total revenue number that council has approved. I've tried to put some recent historical math behind this on this slide to help with understanding. Recently, in the last 6 years, as you know, Fernie's assessment values have been going up very fast, 20%, some years 30%. This year, the city average is an increase of right around 7%. Council, however, has only been approving a tax increase between 5 and 7.46% in those years. So because of this difference in assessment increases versus council's approved tax increase, the property tax rate in Fernie has actually dropped significantly in the last 6 years. In 2018, before the assessment boom, tax rate was $3.86 per $1,000 of assessed value. And then the most recent in 2025, the tax rate is $3.32, which is a drop of 14% over that time. So lastly, what would the effect of a 4.03% tax increase be on the average single family home in Fernie? This year, it's about $132 for the year or $11 per month. Last year, that increase was around $211.
And sorry, Mr. Burdett, $990,108 is the value of the average Fernie home.
That's correct. BC Assessment issues 2 rolls. They call it completed roll and revised roll. That's just the first one, the completed roll, and then they have their appeal process. So that will change come April when they issue the final roll, but yeah, roughly 990,000.
And sorry, just because you've raised it, is there typically a significant variance between those 2 rolls?
Significant? No, but
No.
it does change a bit.
Yeah, okay.
Typically goes down. Nobody appeals that they
To go up.
for a higher, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. No, thank you.
Mhm.
That's a bit of a staggering number is all.
This slide just explains that math in a different, more rounded way. For simplicity, pretend in 2025 you had a house assessed at 100,000 and the city needs to collect $500 worth of property tax. That makes your tax rate $5 per 1,000 of assessed value. Now in 2026, council approves a tax increase of 4.03%, but your assessed value also went up by the city average of 7%. Now your house is assessed at $107,000. And oh no, now I'm going to have to pay 7% more tax and then also 4.03% more tax. But actually, no, that's not true. You only have to pay the 4.03% additional tax. In this case, we would adjust the tax rate down to $4.87 per $1,000 of assessed value. The tax rate in this example decreases by 2.5% to ensure we only collect the additional 4.03%.
And sorry, Mr. Burdett, when you take slides to the communities, the previous slide, and you don't have to go back to it, but where you talk about the effective decrease in tax rate over those years, will that be part of that information? I think that's a pretty important piece of information that people need to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can have a 1-page summary on that.
Yeah, that would be super helpful, I think, for folks.
I make this comment every year, but I grew up in New Brunswick, and so I'm plugged into the CBC New Brunswick News. And every year, it's the same thing. Their assessment values have been skyrocketing, but their councils approve 4 or 5% tax rate increase. But the headline on their news article is tax rate decreases.
Right.
But people are still paying more tax, and we're not allowed to advertise in such a way in BC. But
Yeah. Councilor
Thank you, Worship. Just one quick question with regards to the average. I'm wondering about sort of what the median level is. Do we have a small number of properties which have skyrocketed in price and everybody else is kind of middling? In which case we'd see a few properties go up and most stagnate in tax increase. Do we know like where we are in a median? Like average can be a bit obscure, I guess, when you're looking at the house prices are. Not expecting anyone to have that number off the top of their head, by the way, but I'd be curious.
thanks, Councillor McIsaac. Yeah, not off the top of my head, but we do get the full list, so I could easily find that out and bring that back on March 3rd.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councilor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. I've got actually two questions, if you wouldn't mind, Your Worship. CFO, if you could go back one slide behind, please. Yeah. You said service level reductions. I just wanted to understand, like, what do you mean by that?
Thanks, Councillor Ramirez. I mean, that could be any number of things. We could explore not having the pool open 7 days a week, or, you know, not having the arena open, or reducing our snow clearing service, only calling a full plow at a higher number of centimeters, reducing mowing in our parks, you know, things like that.
One more question, Your Worship, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, please.
Next slide, CFO. Can you please explain this 2018 and 2025 Fernie tax rates once more for people listening?
Sure. So if council approves, for example, a 5% tax increase, but your house value has gone up by 20%, that doesn't mean that you pay an additional 20% of tax and an additional 5% of tax. The tax rate, which is dollars per $1,000 of assessed value, would drop in that example, so that we only collect the additional 5% in revenue. This year, it's less of a difference, but you know, in 2022, I think it was, the average increase in Fernie was 30%, and council that year only passed 5%, or I can't remember what the number was, but so the tax rate in that year really dropped significantly. So I mean, you're still paying the 5% extra in tax, but you're not paying your jump in assessment value on top of it too, because the rate goes down. Does that help?
Thank you. Councilor Audie Kelly?
I just wanted to follow up a little further to what Councillor McIsaac was asking, because it does affect the difference that you would pay, right, CFO, if you were below the average increase or above it.
Yep, that's thanks, Councillor Audie Kelly. That's correct. The difference is minor, but yeah, your assessment value does matter in that case. So if you are there are properties in Fernie that would have gone up 30% this year, which is quite a bit higher than the 7%. So, you know, the lower rate will be applied to that much higher value. So, but it's not as much of difference as you would think. But yeah, they would pay a slightly higher tax increase than the average house in Fernie. Yeah. We're okay on this slide for now? Okay, thank you. So on to constraints and guidelines. How we started doing this is the senior leadership team met several times in the fall to talk about the city's constraints and risks, particularly if we do continue with the same level of staffing and service levels for this year's budget cycle. Excuse me. There were many things brought to the table, but collectively the team landed on 5 major items that are of the highest risk to the city. These risks and gaps in capacity underscore the need to align this year's budget process with organizational sustainability. Firstly, the 2 risks on this slide, development pressures and utilities and core services continuity, have already been assigned resources by council to work on alleviating these pressures, so I won't get into them in too much detail. But Development Council authorized the addition of more positions in both planning, building inspection, and development engineering. Utilities saw the addition of an extra water operator and increased contributions to reserves. The third item here are business systems. Director Jansen in just a minute is going to speak to you about this. And then fourth, as council knows, the one other major opportunity for funding outside of property tax is grants. And the city, we feel like, is missing opportunities to pursue grants, but it's not just to pursue grants, it's also a lack of capacity to take on additional projects if we're successful in securing a grant. Some of our major projects do time nicely with the grant, but there are lots of grants that come up for projects that aren't on this year's work plan. And so we're lacking in the flexibility to pursue grants and manage projects in those situations. Staff haven't proposed a dedicated grant manager for this year at this time because of the very recent addition to the engineering department with the above development pressures solution. So we want to see how capacity opens up as development workload shifts. But if it is something council would like to explore in more detail for 2026, we can certainly bring that back for the March 3rd meeting.
Sorry, Mr. Burdick, can you go back and you left me a little confused with your statement about projects not on the list because of grants, or I'm not sure I understood exactly what you meant there.
A recent example of one that's well aligned is we have an accessibility committee and an accessibility plan, and there's an accessibility grant, and you'll hear of a project well aligned between the plan, staff, and this opportunity that came up. Sometimes we have grant opportunities that we're notified of, and those come across leadership, they come across a department, and we just don't have either A, time, or B, a project that can be brought to readiness in that time to then apply for that grant. They're typically not the really big major infrastructure grants. Those have a long lead time. We have time, I'm being overly generous. We have compressed time to hustle to get something ready if we don't have something shovel ready already. But I mean, there might be a facility remediation or an X or a Y grant where if we had staff dedicated to it, we may quickly pivot, write a grant, get something in, and amend our work plan.
Okay.
Yeah, but in engineering, I would just recognize, as council was aware and added engineering capacity for development. Development engineering is very important and needs a lot of capacity. And so the current staff spend a lot of their time there. And now with that person coming online in the next couple of months, there should be some additional capacity for planning, monitoring grants, and applying and managing those projects.
Thank you, Mr. Bornowski. Councilor Artie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. So a little bit further to that CAO, and sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but so for example, in those bigger types of grant things, we could potentially have an opportunity to say, have a consultant or have like something like that. Whereas those smaller, more quicker turnaround things, you don't have time really to go outside of staff. We really only have time for internal capacity.
At times, we do have consulting firms, like an engineering firm of record that we leverage for this kind of stuff. And we do use consultants for both the very large and the small to medium opportunities. It's just at times interesting and compelling opportunities come up, but we simply have very full work plans and don't have time to pull someone from, say, reviewing development applications or administering a dike that's being improved to then develop a project, work with a consulting team to design and ready it and cost it, talk about the benefits, and then submit an application.
Further?
Yeah, so is it generally, and this is maybe an unfair or hard task answer, is it generally more expensive to have external consultants rather than having a staff member that could also then be doing other things besides grant writing?
By the hour, certainly. However, when you bring on a full-time staff member, you carry that cost full-time and the overhead. And so unless they're working full-time on dedicated work, as CAO, I'm reluctant to recommend taxing the population to then fund that full-time position. where, as we have firms of record on, they're not particularly on a retainer. And while they are more expensive than internal staff, and I generally favor building knowledge and experience in-house for major projects, they can be used or not used. And so there's no constant cost driver there.
Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. Further to Councillor Kelly's question there, CAO, like any chance that our partner organizations could take on that burden, or is it a little too technical for us to outsource it to our partners?
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I think that Heritage Societies securing a grant and then working with us to manage improvements to the museum is a great example. Other partners have as well, including the Art Station. Our partners secure, and the Fernie Trail Alliance and others, our partners secure grants all the time. We work with them on implementation all the time. It's a really solid practice that we apply routinely. Most recently was in October, following the Chamber of Commerce's presentation regarding the Rural Economic Development Funding Program opening, and them developing the bones for the grant application that we then applied for on their behalf for the 3 years of economic development funding, which council may remember approving in, I think that was October 28th, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you.
And then the fifth item on this list is capacity gaps in supervision, cities, specifically in parks, facilities, and recreation. City has historically relied on seasonal staffing models, which no longer functioning optimally because demand has increased. But after Director Jansen is finished with business systems, Manager Hill is going to talk to council about that in a little more detail. So I will turn it over to Director Jansen at this point. And I just want for council, both of these items have proposed solutions for council to consider, but they are presented as options for council. And so the 4.03% tax increase does not include these costs. And there's about, I think, 8, maybe 9 options throughout this presentation that council will have the opportunity to discuss further in future meetings. And then that's part of what makes up the spreadsheet tool that I have that I can bring up at the end of this meeting.
Yeah, because I did wonder that when you talked about the potential for was it 4.3 or 4.03? Again, sorry. You know, what the drivers were, what the variance was that was creating that, and we'll of course get into that.
Yeah, I do have slides about that.
Thank you. Director Jansen.
Thank you, Director Burdett. Building on the risks identified by the leadership team, one of the areas still requiring attention is business systems capacity and our regulatory readiness. As the city reliance on business systems has grown, the internal coordination, integration, and lifecycle support required to keep those systems operating reliably and in compliance has also grown. We do continue to carry a number of legacy and fragmented systems, and new external requirements are coming online, including NG911, the transfer of fire dispatch information system services, increasing cybersecurity. These are all increasing the level of effort in this space. This work now regularly spans multiple departments, and current internal capacity is becoming stretched between maintaining system stability, meeting compliance expectations, and advancing council prioritized modernization work. So a phased operating increase of 38,026 is being proposed as an option for council consideration to stabilize this support and prepare for the 2027 work plan. This is structured as a time-limited 2-year capacity approach to secure specialized skills while the organization completes the foundational work now underway. If supported, that financial investment over the 2-year period would be 26,000, in 26 it'd be 38,000 with a mid-year impact. 27 would be the full year impact of 76,000, and then 28 is that wind down year of 38,000. So this approach allows the city to address immediate regulatory and systems pressure while giving leadership and council better information through the 26-27 work program before determining any longer term operating needs. So I will speak to this in more detail during the asset management budget presentation. I'll turn it back to Director Burdett to continue walking through those constraints.
And then the fifth constraint on that list was the Parks, Facilities, Recreation, which Manager Hill is going to speak in a bit more detail.
Good afternoon. The Parks, Facilities, and Recreation is experiencing sustained operational pressure due to significant growth at the pre and post season of the recreation amenities. Where policies have helped clarify hours and seasonal operations for user groups, demand is extended service periods. The extended service periods has continued, requiring the facilities longer hours, more maintenance and programming to support well beyond the staffing model that the department was originally structured to do. The team is now managing the full pre and post arena season, earlier field preparation, extended fall use, increased bookings for special events, and heightened health and safety expectations, all while maintaining regular service standards across city parks and facilities. We continue to provide support to community groups seeking to extend city services through the service agreements as well. This expanded demand has reduced flexibility, particularly during the shoulder seasons when indoor and outdoor responsibilities overlap. The capacity is most constrained during these times. To absorb the added pressure on the department without significant budget increases, the department is advancing strategies with minimal financial impact. These strategies include restructuring roles to strengthen on-site supervision through a lead hand designation in the Parks and Recreation Maintenance team, realigning responsibilities to improve task allocation and oversight, converting an existing part-time aquatics role to a full-time to help stabilize scheduling and coverage, which is about $20,000, and leveraging additional casual staffing during peak shoulder season to preserve outdoor maintenance capacity and assist in building-related projects and service requests. These adjustments are intended to better align staffing structure with actual service demand and support the team during high-pressure periods, as well as sustain reliable recreation services for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I hope you're comfortable. I want to ask sort of a high-level question without getting too much into the nitty-gritties. If council were to say to hold the level of service that we provide through parks and facilities and recreation right now in the community to the level they had in 2025 and not to grow it, like don't provide more services, don't add more people, don't increase hours, don't do any of the add-ons, but just hold the line on that. What of the changes in here that's being proposed would still have to happen? Or would we be good?
At a high level, like what immediately comes to mind is more events in the community, and we provide a lot of event support for those events, as well as I know that all our sports groups, their registration is increasing. So sports like soccer are looking at extending their season. So that could be an impact if we're not able to extend the time for the sports fields. Same with minor ball. If they have increased registration, it's us then maintaining those in the pre and the post season.
So the expansion of the length of the season or greater usage of a facility and so on is primarily being driven by community demand. Is that fair?
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yeah. Our facilities are also aging, so there's also a lot of work that needs to be done with those facilities. So then it's pulling those staff away from doing that work if there is an increased demand with those services.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Audie Kelly.
And just to kind of add to what Councillor McIsaac's asking, if we were not able to say increase capacity, it's potentially that we would have to say we can't extend the arena season. You can't start soccer sooner. Those type of things, Manager Hill, like if we don't respond, because I'm also thinking, for example, the arena. I know when I was on the leisure board, it was discussed that our arena was not designed to run late into the spring and open in the summer. So that alone causes impact to that building, for example, right? So as Councillor McIsaac was saying, if we just said, sorry, we're holding the line at our 2025, we would have to reduce access to activities then.
We'd have to review that depending on what the requests are. And I know with the pool, I mean, there's increase with the kayak groups in the evening. So it could be a challenge if they wanted to add a couple more nights, which would then, we'd have to add more staff.
Right. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. With these increasing demands on our facilities and our staff time, when we do our facility fee review and rental rates, are we looking at those rates from a cost recovery perspective so that it doesn't impact general taxation if we increase services, so that, you know, are those increased demands funding themselves, or can we make them fund themselves?
We will be reviewing the municipal fees and charges bylaw. That's on a future slide that I'll be presenting. That is a project that we're looking at this year.
Councillor Shoesmith, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Yeah, I notice reading through here that, and this isn't really news to anybody at this table, but in terms of parks and recreation, we've got something like more or less 1/5 of the cost is covered through its income, Parks and Rec as a whole. So it's essentially 80% is coming out of property tax. So I mean, I don't think that's news to anybody, but definitely were we to charge the full cost, that would be an insanely high set of fees.
Mhm.
Although I definitely think I would like to see the fee structure come back for us. I recall we were talking about perhaps like a locals card and a bifurcated system wherein people who've already paid for it through their tax aren't paying again a full rate, but people who are visitors would be paying a higher rate. So it'd be neat to chat about that.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Hill.
Thank you.
Councillor Ramirez. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think Councillor Hamilton's question is answered in sheet 2 and sheet 1 of the binder. When I go through it, your actual cost for running the Aquatic Center facility was about $884,000. And the revenues that have come through last year was 417, which means you're covering like 50% of the expenses there through revenue. That would be the quick answer.
Mr. Burdett.
Thanks, Councillor Ramirez. That's part of what I was speaking about earlier, where there's definitely some year-end allocation entries missing there. I think the percentage of recovery is closer to 20, maybe 30% for some facilities. So I'm hoping for, version 2 of the binder, more of our year end will be done and these numbers will look closer. And I apologize, I say this every year, but that's the way the timing of this shakes out.
And Manager Hill, are you already seeing, like, for the summer season, impacts like increased requests, earlier access requests, season changes, that sort of thing for 2026?
We haven't done the intake quite yet. We also will be looking at planning our seasonal maintenance. That could impact what we can offer to the community. But I know our swim club is continuously growing. They're a very busy club. We're also seeing a lot more birthday parties recently coming to come use the facility. And we've had private requests that have come in the past couple months, which we can accommodate.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. I have a request, but I'd be curious to know how the rest of council feels about this before giving direction on it. But within the binder, and this is to Director Burdett, right now in our columns, we have the 2026 budget, the 2025 budget, and the 25 actuals left to be finalized, and the 2024 budget. And for me, I think I would like to see the 2024 actuals to compare to the 2025 actuals to see what the actual change was as opposed to the difference in our budgets. Does that make sense to everybody else at the table as well?
Actually, yeah.
So if that would be possible for the updated binder to see that, I would like to see that.
Sure, thank
Thank
you.
Yeah, because it would give us, well, I wouldn't say confidence, but a clearer picture of what could happen in terms of once the estimates are finalized.
Right, completely understand. Yep,
Thank you.
thanks.
Oh, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. If I may, just to be clear, I recognize very much that the current recovery rate for most of our recreational services is around 20%, but my question is more specifically to those incremental increases.
Yeah, fair. Mr. Burdett?
Thanks. Just further to Councillor McIsaac's comment, starting on page 33, those are the sheets where I've got every single line of that goes into the budget, and there's a lot of lines. There's 1,100 or so, and they do have actuals for 24 and 23. But yeah, you're right. The summary pages too in the front could have that as well, so I can add that. But just to bring
Yeah,
your
I think,
attention to that.
yeah, those at a glance opportunities would be appreciated. Thank you. Is that it, Manager Hill?
That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jansen and Manager Hill. So just, you'll see these again, but Director Jansen's optional solution was worth 38,000, and this difference in Parks Facility Recreation is 20,000. So you'll see that come back later. And then using those 5 major constraints that we just went through, we developed 7 budget guidelines that we used as the backbone of this year's budget. First is engaging the public throughout the budget process. City conducted a budget guideline survey that closed on November 3rd. That survey, we received 116 responses. Most respondents said their top priority is maintaining reliable services while planning responsibly for the future, followed closely by investing more in infrastructure and community improvements, even if that meant higher taxes or fees. The key takeaways were prioritize core infrastructure and services. People want sustainable revenue and taxation, fiscal responsibility and transparency and accountability. We also talked about the low attendance of our budget open houses the last few years. And so we're going to try something different this year, showing up at places where there's typically a lot of people, and you can see those dates on your screen. Wednesday night, we were at the Chamber and Polar Peak Books hosted budget banter beer event, which I think had about 40 attendees. And then the next one will be Tuesday afternoon at Save On Foods. And then there's a few more next week. So there'll be myself there and our communications and maybe a couple other staff and some counselors.
Councillor Eddie Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. There was mention by a couple of people who are working throughout the day. So I do want to emphasize that there are a couple of opportunities that go past 5, and also that all of these meetings are recorded and available to folks. So if you miss one of those earlier in the day engagement sessions, you'll have your chance.
Thank you.
And then guideline 2 is protect our core service continuity first. This means prioritizing the maintenance and stabilization of essential service delivery, including maintaining and replacing our infrastructure, focusing on development services, focusing on water and sewer utilities, which council again have already committed some resources to, complying with our legislative obligations, and managing our data and records responsibly and safely. Next guideline is to fund growth with growth, which means using new revenue raised by the growth of the city into servicing that growth. One bigger way that council has done this already, again, which I touched on earlier, was putting additional building permit revenue into the planning and development engineering by hiring new positions to better service the growing demand for building permits. Another example, which I'm going to talk about later in the 5th guideline, but non-market change, for example, which is the amount of new taxation arising from new construction during the year. Historically, the city has used this amount to lessen the burden on the current taxpayer. Some municipalities in BC do it this way. Others put that money towards something else. And there's a guideline specific to reserve funding using new revenue. So I'll touch more on that when we get to that slide. Guideline 4 was aligning capacity and effort with council strategic priorities, which I will again turn over to Director Jansen. And I see there's Councillor Ramadas may have his hand up.
Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a comment there, like the previous slide, if you can go back, CFO. Again, like just wanted to commend the work that we have done in terms of funding growth with growth. That $663,000 in new building permit being funded by new positions. It's just the step in the right direction. My only question to staff would be like, in the future, what other ideas are there out there that we can pursue on similar grounds like this? This was a fantastic use of our, there was an issue there which turned that issue into an opportunity and actually made a measurable difference here. Could we do something more in this area would be my question.
Thanks, Councillor Ramadas. The first thing that comes to mind was the issue we were just discussing around user fees. As we get more demand with our facilities and fields, that raises the fees, and part of that money could be used to put towards reserves to replace those assets in the future. Part of that money could be used towards additional staffing, which will come back as an option for council later, the $20,000 that Ms. Hill talked about. That's one example of increased fees that we could have a policy around. Yep, and then, another example is our DCC fees, which have been out of date for a long time. That's a project this year to update, which would then see more money from the growth of Fernie going into funding key infrastructure projects within Fernie. So there's lots of ideas, but I appreciate you highlighting the win with the development for sure.
Councillor Roddy Kelly?
I may be getting the name of it wrong, but the DCCs that sort of apply to is it ACCs? That was something that was on future, like not necessarily a now, but a down the road look at as well, right? Amenity cost charges. Thanks, Kev.
I'm gonna ask a question I should know the answer to. So I apologize. When a building, so we'll say notionally base camp, when that goes ahead, and at what point does that start to pay property tax? Like they'll be paying tax on the bare land now. Do they pay tax on the building at the point of occupancy? Or do they pay through construction?
So BC assessment goes around, and I think it's July every year, and they assess all the parcels. I can't speak to how they do this because their staff is quite small, but
Yeah.
So with major construction projects, I don't know how they keep tabs on it, but so then they issue their assessment report, and that's really the only tool that we have to apply property tax. So if they've captured if it's halfway through in July of next year and they've captured that construction value appropriately, then they would pay that appropriate value of taxes
Based on where it is in its construction?
Yeah. So
Okay.
but they only do that once a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I have been curious about that. Thanks. It's sort of funny, your deputy finance officer is moving her head behind you.
Is she nodding or shaking?
Well, she was shaking her head to my question, which was consistent with your answer. Councillor Schusebech.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan, and thanks for that question, actually. I've definitely had them walk out of the forest and ask me what I'm building before, so their operations are a mystery to me. I just want to state that I'm eagerly looking forward to the DCCs coming before us again. I think we need to make some adjustments there.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. In the kind of similar vein, and maybe this will get addressed at on a future slide, but looking at the permits and licenses revenue, we have a budget of $1 million allocated in there, which is a 33-ish% increase over our current actuals for 2025. So I'm just curious how we are making that leap to that budget number if we don't have the numbers till like July this year. And can you just kind of walk me through that approach, or if it's coming at a future slide, just say that too.
Sure. I'm going to try to answer, but Director Johnston, there's a T, sorry. May want to add to this, but I was working on this with Manager Similini over the budget process, and what he did is he took our average annual intake of building permits, factored in the ones that are in the queue already, which I think are 46 at the year end, or maybe more than that. And he was confident that our average annual building permit activity in Fernie can sustain that amount of revenue. And he may also made the comment that there's no major projects that he's aware of right now that are factored into that number. And so what I was concerned about is, the risk of that jump, because if we don't make that much revenue, then we need to make up for that with taxation to fund these new positions. So, but after we reviewed that a few times, and he was confident that by managing our new queue with this new staff and our increased activity recently in Fernie, that it should be a fairly safe number. Okay, so guideline 4 is council strategic priorities, with which Director Jansen is going to speak to council again about.
Thank you again, Director Burdett. Council, you'll recall that in October you identified priority focus areas for the next 2 years within your strategic plan. In November, you endorsed these budget guidelines, directing staff to align our organizational capacity and effort to those priorities. In January, Council endorsed the now, next, later sequencing stage to this work. And guideline 4 here ensures the budget clearly shows where effort and investment are being focused. So this slide re-anchors Council's priority focus areas within the broader strategic plan. As I mentioned, the full Our Council Priorities document is included in today's agenda package for reference. As Council hears department budget presentations today, you'll see 4 lenses applied. How departments support these priority areas, including timing and budget impacts, how core services are being protected while advancing council priorities, how and where teams continue to move the dial on work across the broader strategic plan, and then where departments are maintaining or enhancing other service levels. So with that in mind, I'll briefly walk you through each of those 4 priority areas. So the first priority area is service analysis. This work strengthens the information council and the community receive and engage with about city services and service levels. The graphic there shows how this work is staged over time. Departments will highlight where their budgets support this work while continuing to deliver dependable services. The second priority is capital investment. This work strengthens long-term infrastructure planning, so investment decisions are more predictable and affordable over time. Again, the graphic illustrates the staged approach. Departments will show where their budgets support this work while continuing to maintain the infrastructure residents rely on. The third priority area is housing types. This work supports more realistic and deliverable housing outcomes by aligning approvals, infrastructure capacity, and service readiness. The sequencing here shows how these improvements progress over time. Departments, again, will highlight whether or where their budgets support housing outcomes while continuing to deliver core services across the community. And then the fourth priority area is the permitting process. This work improves the consistency and predictability of building and development approvals, so housing and development projects can move forward with greater confidence. The graphic here shows how these improvements are staged over time. And again, departments will identify where their budgets support this work and continuing to deliver permitting and inspection services. So together, these four priority areas focus how effort and investment are being aligned, and while work across the broader strategic plan continues. I'll now hand it back to Director Burdett to walk through with council the remaining budget guidelines before departments begin their presentations.
And then guideline 5 is for council through the budget process to establish a policy for funding reserves. There's been a lot of discussion around reserves every budget cycle since I've been at the city. And while council has sometimes increased the tax rate to fund reserves, staff believes the best way going forward is to have this in a policy, which I may be using the wrong word there, but to guide how the numbers behind reserve contributions are presented to council. I mentioned in guideline 3, which was fund growth with growth, that I'd have more to say about the guideline, and because these two really are connected. So again, to explain this, our city grows, and that growth requires new infrastructure, whether it's roads, water and sewer, parks, etc. That new infrastructure needs to be maintained and replaced. The major maintenance and replacement is typically done with reserve funds. And our contributions to reserves has not increased to reflect both new infrastructure and also recent large inflationary spikes. We've also recently seen firsthand the impacts of underfunded reserve funds with the fire hall, CNL right-of-way, upcoming utility upgrades. And so staff is recommending that all new revenue that comes to the city, the majority of which is from new construction, increases to the mine tax, increased fees, be split to be put towards current services, offsetting the current taxpayer burden and saving for the future. So after some research, general best practice other municipalities are using is to save 25% of new revenue. This year's NMC and addition to the mine tax is $206,000, which means if it's 25%, $51.6K would go to reserves. And so this can be considered the third option, I believe it is. So it's not currently in that 4.03%, but it will come back to council as an option to discuss. And so if council wanted to implement this policy this year, it would be a 0.5% tax increase. And again, that'll come back on the spreadsheet later. Guideline 6.
Councilor McIsaac.
Hi, this question might be premature and I'm sure we're probably going to get to it, but should council decide to move to this and support this best practice proposal, has the long term been looked at to see if we will reverse our current situation where we are actually spending reserves faster than we're putting them in, and eventually we're going to have no reserves to make up for the lack of taxation that's coming in the next few years. We've seen that for the last 3 years, so on. So will changing to this policy, will that be sufficient to offset that potential doomsday situation that is coming?
Thanks, Councillor McIsaac. My answer to that is it depends on what asset class you're talking about right now. Council will recall the graphs I had during the water and wastewater budget process for specifically linear assets, and we're still working on compiling our data for things like facilities. Streets, we have a fairly good handle on our particularly older assets, but so facilities both just around town, but also specific to delivering water and sewer. So while I can't I can't answer your question mathematically yet, we are working towards that. And I'll point out too that even the small increases in water and sewer bridged the gap for that quite large gap infrastructure deficit pretty well over a long period of time. So this is certainly not going to hurt. It is a small increase, but there is a gap there that will definitely help bridge. I just can't say at the moment if it's to zero or not.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to the math, but I'm very keenly interested in this because I also agree. I believe that there's a lot of value in making small changes early and having those accumulate over a long period of time rather than having to make one big injection of tax changing in order to make up for that. This is the let's redirect the asteroid while it's still at Jupiter and not when it's right outside the atmosphere, right? This way, it's a lot easier to do. So, okay, thank you. I look forward to the math.
And then adding to that, council may recall my slides in water, wastewater that demonstrated how we fund asset replacements using, one was using a fund that only grew 2% every year and the other was borrowing the money, and the clear winner was investing the money early. This is the eighth wonder of the world.
Councillor Adia Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for clarity, CFO, the non-market change, we're basing that on the 663 or whatever it was, and then the change to the mine tax. Like we're not basing that on that projection of the 1 million non-market change, right? We're looking at it as the current amount that we actually have to get to that 206.
Thanks, Councillor Adia Kelly. Non-market change is a separate item, and it comes directly from BC Assessment, and they've assessed new construction in the area, and then I apply last year's tax rate to it, and so that's where that 170 something comes from. Last year, NMC was much lower than that. I think it was 130 or 113 even. So it's not tied to the 663 or the million. It's separate. Yeah.
Councillor Hamilton. And then Councillor Ramanas.
Thank you. If you're going to be coming back to us with some of that math on to Councillor McIsaac's question, I would also be curious to see how, you know, if we played with a small change in that 25% made it 20 or made it 30, and how that small change might make a big impact later on. I don't know if that's an easy additional calculation or not, but I think it might be valuable to just see, again, small little changes and what the impact can be over the lifetime.
Some sensitivities.
Just to set expectations, I didn't mean to suggest that this math was coming back at a future meeting. This is, you know, we've got a project in our capital plan that looks at our facility health and long-term. I forget what the project's called, but you know, it's a similar, like, you know, the linear assets for water and wastewater took us a couple of years to get together, and it's a similar time frame for facilities that we're chipping away at now. So I didn't mean to set the expectation that those types of graphs are coming soon.
Councillor Ramanas. Oh, sorry. Further?
Well, maybe then just as a follow-up, if we're not going to be not to expect a presentation or any sort of display of what that math difference would be, would it be possible in the next budget before we make a decision on a policy to get some, I guess, guidance or some hypotheticals of what that might look like in that variation?
Mm-hmm. The first example of that comes to mind is the AMIP report from 2018. That report recommended levels of reserve contributions that we are at or below even today. And, you know, I think that one had the fire hall replacement as $2 million. So the numbers in that report are very old, and we're not really even saving at that level. So any increase now, in my opinion, can only put us in a better position, even if it's not displayed with a graph like the water and wastewater. So yeah, that's the most recent example of numbers, but I can bring back that table for March 3rd, just so council has an idea of what that report was recommending us to save at and where we're saving at now.
Councillor Ramanas.
Thanks, Your Worship. CFO, maybe this is kind of a high-level question here. Like going through this budget process in the last 3 years, you know, I've seen the delta between the revenue that we have gotten into the cost we've had at around, you know, $700,000 in the previous years. This year, it looks like it's $400,000, right? Around 403 or something. In your mind, like, what is the biggest driver there? Is it that inflationary pressures have eased, or is it more to do with this NMC changes this year? Just wanted to get a sense of, how that delta has shrunk this year compared to previous years.
Thanks, Councillor Ramadas. I do have slides a little later on this, but some of the increases the past 5 years that have really hurt us have kind of slowed down. Specifically, insurance was a big one that we had to catch up with. Salaries remains a big one, but a big portion of the salary increase this year are the new positions, which is then offset by the additional building permit fees. But salaries make up 51% of our total operating budget, and so those increases just based on our collective agreements that we have with our various employee groups alone, those numbers start to get quite big. So even as we progress in the next 10 years, you're going to those salary numbers are only going to keep getting bigger, and so that's definitely the main driver, salaries. But it is offset. The other revenue numbers also get bigger. Like our mine tax agreement is getting bigger, and that goes up a certain percentage, and that percentage is higher every year. So we do have some help, and in terms of paying off these large increases in costs, but I don't know if I'm answering your question adequately. The biggest driver for sure is salaries, but there are some items where we saved money, which I do have slides on later to illustrate.
No, that was good enough, CFO. Thank you.
And sorry, Mr. Bird, can I just return to the question of establishing reserve funding policy, and to your comment about not bringing back the math in detail, but at some point in the budget here, we'll want to have a clear picture of our options. And to Councillor Hamilton's question about some sort of sense of sensitivities, if we do one thing versus another in order for us to make this decision. So I guess we're going to need to see some of that math ultimately, if you hear what I'm saying.
Yep. And then, short-term answer to that is page 21 of your binder has the 5-year reserve projections. And our 5-year plan compared to previous years is feeling quite a bit more robust. If council remember discussion last year that we were looking quite blank years 3 to 5.
Yeah.
So we put a lot of work into that, and now this extra work is going into our 20 and 100-year plans. So it's not that there's no math; it's just that I can't project 100 years into the future with confidence yet.
No, fair enough.
So that's the kind of those graphs from water, wastewater took 2 years, and they will for the rest of our asset classes too. So, but page 21 projects our reserve balances out for the next 5 years. And in the previous 3 years budget process, there were reserve balances going into the negative there, and whereas we don't really have that anymore. So all this work is showing benefits. It's not easy to highlight with the page already this busy, but it does look healthier than it used to. Yeah.
Thank you. I confess I haven't spent much time with the binder yet, having just got it. Councillor Shoesmith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Not to disparage the numbers or the graphs or the work that went into them. They're quite intelligent, and it's a fairly well thought out process. But despite the high degree of sometimes precision we can achieve, there's no way any of this can be very accurate. We're asking for a crystal ball. I mean, interest rates fluctuate, relative values of things fluctuate, costs go up and down, things fail at different rates. This is a projection at best. It's a model. We need a model. We need one, but it's not fully comprehensive or accurate, and it cannot be. So let's not kid ourselves about that we can predict exactly what the expenses and revenues will be into the future. This is just a working model that we'll have to revise as we approach that time. That being said, given all of that, obviously a small change in the direction of more contributions to the reserves will have a compounding effect for the positive and possibly make a big difference later.
Mr. Bird. And sorry, could I ask somebody to close those blinds? There's a lot of light reflecting off that vehicle there.
Guideline 6 is that the recommended addition of staff should be connected to advancing council's strategic plan, reaching core service sustainability, a service level increase required to comply with legislative requirements, or an increase in asset inventory that the city has to manage. I've said this a few times, but council's already authorized the addition of some staff in development services and utilities, and we'll have the opportunity to discuss the previously presented options later. The seventh and final guideline is financial assistance to organizations. There's 4 asks of council throughout the past, I'd call it 6 months. All 4 of these are not in the 4.03% increase, just for clarity. And then Mr. Boranowski has a slide here on these 4 that he'd like to speak to.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Bryn. This slide simply summarizes the partnership agreement, service agreements, and core funding requests that have been received by council throughout the year. I'll run through them in order. The Fernie Trail Alliance, or the FTA, presented in February of 25, requesting establishing a formalized partnership agreement, seeking for funding in the amount of $55,000. During that presentation, the association noted that the FTA does self-generate approximately $215K in funding through passes, sponsorship, fundraising, donations, etc. However, they do have a $55,000 operating shortfall. Additionally, and this was mentioned in response to a question from Councillor Ramadas, the FTA is the recipient of a number of project-specific grants. However, typically, including the RMI funding, these generally pay for the projects themselves and the administration of the projects themselves. So the focus is on new trails or major redevelopments, but there is very little to cover the general operating expenses. This is a scenario that will feel really familiar to council in terms of the grants the city also receives. For context, as with the others, council has received the presentation and materials that the FTA had presented at that time. And in a review with the leadership team, we recognize there's a significant value that the FTA provides for locals and visitors. Of course, the importance of trails to our local economy and quality of life is very important. We also recognize the majority of the trails are not within the city of Fernie itself. However, council may wish to make a decision to direct staff regarding some or all of this funding at this stage. And then that would assist at this stage or throughout the budget process. And that would assist us in ongoing directions or discussions with the Fernie Trail Alliance on designing a partnering agreement, if there were other partners involved, and determine where we go in the future in terms of continued partnership with the Fernie Trail Alliance, because we do work with them and other organizations very frequently. Next is the Fernie Heritage Library, who presented in October and requested a 6% increase, or approximately $15,911 in funding for 2026. During that presentation, the library noted that funding increases have significantly lagged behind inflation, while at the same time services have significantly expanded over a number of years. And well beyond the simple borrowing and lending that we typically think of as a library service. While the regional district and the city both significantly increased funding last year, frozen provincial funds and historical frozen funding was acknowledged as a challenge, in particular relating to base wage funding for staff, which is a challenge, obviously, for our library. The request in front of you was presented and intended to assist in supporting sustainable continuation of their services, despite the freeze in provincial funding for libraries during a time where visitation and circulation have significantly increased, as have the quasi-social services provided through the library. Next, on October 10th, 2025, the Fernie and District Heritage Society, or FDHS, presented to council their annual report, and they did request an increase from $52,000 per year, which was the total in their 3-year partnering agreement, to $65,000 annual contributions from the city. The city advanced a 6-month status quo partnering agreement, so the equivalent of that 52, to support council in working through the budget process and this consideration. Annual funding, of course, was frozen in their last agreement, is status quo, as I mentioned, for this short term. During the presentation, the FDHS communicated their commitment to the ongoing management and investment into the facility and the service, as well as their preference for the renewal, which we will now advance in June with council, for a multi-year funding agreement with, ideally from their perspective, some annual increase to address ongoing inflationary pressures. As with other partners, staff do appreciate the valuable service provided by the FDHS and do want to recognize that through their partnership, the community has benefited from both the in-person services, but also, as noted to Councillor Ramadas's inquiry, the investment that they've secured and the management of that facility. Council may wish, as council considers this budget increase, it will provide, again, as with the others, some mandate for our ongoing work with that community partner as we work on a new service agreement with the society. And then finally, in October of 2025, the Fernie Chamber of Commerce also presented on a request for core economic development funding in the amount of $60,000 per year. This was presented first earlier in the year, and then in October, that presentation was specific to the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program, or REDIP, intake for 3 years of funding to advance the majority of the proposed economic development works for the year or for the years. While a decision on the REDIP program has not been made, it is anticipated in spring of 2026. So unfortunately, too late for our budget process, but it is coming. Council may wish at this time to consider how or if they backstop outcome of that decision with additional core funding being set aside. I would note that if successful, revenues and expenses would increase by the same amount. We would have to amend our budget based on the outcome of that grant, but there wouldn't be a net income or net impact on taxation. Council will also be aware that that presentation was related to the current work underway with both the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Fernie on the transition and operating of visitor information services and the Visitor Information Center with Tourism Fernie and the Chamber. And that presentation and the consideration is a commitment by the parties in advancing that work. With that, thank you very much. Back to you, Bryn.
Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship, if you don't mind. So I'm just doing some little math for the asks so far. So I get to 192K so far with the 38, the 20, and these asks. What does that do to the tax percent?
1% this year is 102,000. So that's just shy of 2%.
And on this slide, Mr. Boranowski, you talked a little bit about potential partnering agreements with, for example, Fernie Trails Alliance and other partners. What do you mean by that exactly?
Thank you for the question. What I mean by that is typically with multi-jurisdictional service agreements, you have multiple funding partners and multiple delivery partners. So you may find a regional district or landowners or others are funding that service. At times in destination municipalities, you have DMOs, destination management or marketing organizations who provide portions of core operating funding for trail alliances. And there's not, including as council will remember, when we looked at visitor information services, that math comes out in a number of different ways. And I can't point to a single best practice other than saying, as the Trail Alliance knows and has spoken to and showed in their slides, it takes many partners to achieve this work because it crosses so many different lines of public and private lands and collaboration. So I would say just multiple funding partners at the table to make that core operating work.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective. Thank you. Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just have a suggestion to make procedurally here. Whenever we are at a point where we are making a decision on this, would it be possible to have these resolutions as separate line items, Your Worship? Because just feel like if it's an omnibus kind of a thing, it'll become yay or nay for all four, because each of them are made differently and we need a little bit more robust conversations on each of these line items. That's one thing. The second thing for me personally, my wife works at the Heritage Library, so I have to recuse from making a decision on the Heritage Library line item. So I was just wondering if there is a possibility to separate them out when we come to a point where we are making the decision.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. I think that's appropriate, and not least of all because they're all different. And the conversation just now about Fernie Trails Alliance and potential for multiple partners. potentially leads to a subsequent conversation with those partners before a decision could be made even. So yeah, I think that's the right approach. Mr. Burdett?
Thank you, Council. I've got about 20 slides with some numbers, but they're still fairly high level, but they complement the attachments to the report in your council binders. And then after those slides is when we get into our capital plan, just, so council has an idea of where we're at here. So this slide breaks out where the city's revenue comes from. The split here is mostly consistent with prior years, except the $8 million there for potential fire hall funding. So not much change of note here. About half of our revenue comes from tax from our local residents, local businesses, and the mines. You can see at the bottom there, our total revenue for 2026 projected to be 33.8 almost million. 2025 was 26.6. The main difference being the fire hall potential this year, depending on the timing of that project. Here's a little.
Sorry, Mr. Burdett, I apologize. And maybe it's on the next slide, but I look at the RDK fire protection, and we heard it the last meeting, the previous meeting, about renegotiating the fire services agreement with the regional district. Are we in a position where we can presume a larger contribution, or do we sort of sit on that until such time as it's complete?
We have agreed to, the old agreement had a sort of cap on the increase to 4%. So we've agreed to apply that 4% to 2026. In terms of the new agreement and the math that I intend to revisit with them, I'm not sure, but I know that I don't want to, I just want to avoid things like a cap so that when costs go up by more than 4%, then, Fernie taxpayers aren't paying their unfair share for that. And they know that. I've spoken to them about that, but we're not there yet, I guess.
Okay,
with the agreement.
thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
This slide has a little more detail on revenue. There's a few larger increases here, namely new construction of the 171,000. Which at this time is still an estimate we received from BC Estimate, but it usually is quite close. Mine tax sharing agreement only went up by 35,000 this year because the increase is only 1%. Prior years has been a bit higher. That's tied to BC CPI at a certain time of the year, which wasn't very high at this particular point this year. And then the only addition to property tax there is that 170,000 because I haven't applied any tax rate increase to that number yet or anything. And then most other amounts here are pretty flat, generally increasing with inflation. On to expenses. Expenses in general have gone up by 8%. Last year they went up by 3. The year before it was 7. The year before that was 14.7. The main reason for the larger increase this year, as we'll see in a bit more detail later, is the addition in positions in planning and engineering and development services. Without those additions, our expenses in general this year have gone up by about 4.5%. This is a listing of our major expense categories. The most notable jump at a glance here by far will be wages and benefits. Again, about half the reason for this increase are the new positions authorized by council in planning, building inspection, and engineering department for development engineering. The rest of the increase is related to contractual increases for the labor agreements in place at the city.
Sorry, Mr. Burdett.
Sure.
Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, I was going to ask my question once he's gone through the slide.
Okay.
Sure, and then this salary increase is just our general fund too, so it doesn't include water and wastewater, just for council's reference. And I spoke on this earlier, but this is the first slide in the presentation where actuals appear on screen. And again, I say this every year, but timing of budget is before year end and subsequent audit are done, so the actuals are not final. And I typically do have explanations for any big variances. For example, salaries actual appear high compared to budget because we ratified a collective agreement in 2025, which came with a retro payment. which was budgeted to be funded through the stability reserve. Overtime was high because we had a vacancy in planning, and part of our temporary fix for that in 2025 was to allow for more overtime to compensate for that vacancy. So, the focus today is obviously on budget, but if you've noticed a discrepancy in actuals that you'd like to ask about, please do, and I should be able to explain that for you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I did notice a discrepancy in actuals that I would like to ask about, and that's the education, training, and travel line. Seems to be that the actuals are about half of what is budgeted.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Staff, I would say, was cognizant of the discussion during budget time last year, and where possible, made efforts to register for online courses and things like that, because travel is expensive. I know myself, I planned to go to the annual finance conference, but ended up not going, just because, I looked at the agenda and it didn't seem worth it to me. So, we're making decisions like that in an effort to contain costs. And also because of there was a key absence in our safety department. So I think some safety training was lower than we were expecting in 2025. So the budget hasn't really decreased because we are wanting to invest in safety training and our staff and whatnot. But I just wanted to make the point that we are trying to save costs wherever possible when attending these courses.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez.
Thank you, Worship. Great work, folks. I'm pleased to see this getting under control here. CFO, in terms of safety training, is there a kind of a broad estimate of how many people actually go for these safety or certification related training for the union workers?
Thanks, Councillor Ramirez. I'll try and get an answer for you as this goes on, but at the moment, I may have to bring that one back to you.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. This slide shows our wages, OT, and benefits as a percentage of our total operating budget. I said this earlier, it's 51%. There's some comparables down low of neighboring municipalities, which, while they have a lower percentage than ours, they also have fewer municipal delivered services, which you can see some examples of on the bottom right there. Historically, council's been interested in our contractors and consultants as a percentage of our total budget. The list on your screen is an example of services we use contractors and consultants for. So the biggest item on this list, which is the recycling, organics, and garbage contract, is about 2.5% of our entire budget, or about 552,000. The rest of these add up to just over another 2%. So all of the contractors in total, is about 4.8% of our budget. As for consultants, and I'm mainly talking about our IT services provider and outside engineering firms. For engineering, we only have a small amount budgeted for occasional help with development reviews and or troubleshooting of our systems like water main that may require some technical advice on system operations, and that amounts to 0.1%, or 0.001 of our total budget. For IT, we pay a fee for their managed services, which includes a very long list of items, including hardware service and support, IT infrastructure and performance monitoring, business consulting for policies, procedures, best practices, and asset management for our IT infrastructure. That amount amounts to roughly 0.9%. So 1% total on consultants. The rest of the tasks that engineering firms do is help us with capital project design and occasional management, though we do manage some of our capital projects ourselves. And these costs are built into the cost of the capital projects themselves. So those types of tasks don't take up a percentage of our operating budget. So 4.8% from contractors, 1% from consultants, total of 5.8% of our total budget being spent here. Now I have a few slides on our various departments and how they're trending for 2026. This slide covers Legislative Services Department. We budgeted a bit more for UBCM this fall, given recent attendance and costs of attending UBCM. The note in the middle provides a bit of detail on how the council stipend works, which increases every year by the provincial CPI, which was 2.1% in 2026. Or 25, sorry. There's also an election in 2026, which we've budgeted about 45,000 for. It includes costs for electronic voting machines, rentals, chief elections officer, and paying staff to help run that election. I see Councilor Ramadas.
Oh, Councilor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your
Thank you.
Worship. Sorry, CFO, if you can go back to 2 slides behind. No, next. Yeah, so just wanted to talk about snow removal. Why is it budgeted for $1.2 million this year? Like, what's the rationale behind it? Like, we're not getting high amount of snowfall anymore. Like, is it? I just wanted to understand, like, what's the reasoning behind it?
Thanks, Councilor Ramadas. The main cost there is salaries. So, despite the fact that it doesn't snow as much, except for the past week, we still employ these people and, they're put elsewhere. So for budget purposes, I typically add up all of our staff in that department and then use historical percentages to allocate them to the various departments. And then those salaries go up with the collective agreements. The other thing that goes up is our kind of blue book rates for all of our equipment. We update those in our system every year. And so every hour that is spent on a piece of equipment, there's a little entry that's done in the accounting system that kind of helps us. It's supposed to advise us on what our level of contribution to the mobile equipment reserve should be. It's just used as a tool for that, but it is measured as a cost in the department. Actually, it's measured as a cost in the department, but it's a credit in another department, the ops admin department, which is why you see that as a negative. So it's an in and out in our books, but it makes the snow removal department get higher every year.
Okay.
And the point of it is really just to advise how much we should be saving for reserves, which we're increasing that amount of savings, but it's still lower than that blue book value would suggest. Sorry, that's really wordy, and I don't know if that makes sense, but that's
that was very educational. Thank you. Your Worship, I have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Organics, CFO, like, are we now fully exhausted the grant funding that we had for that? Is that like a new cost that wasn't there before on organics?
Councilor Ramadas, no, not a new cost, but that contract is up for renegotiation. So we've estimated a bit of an increase there. But this also offset, we're getting a higher rebate from Recycle BC. So, and then also our quarterly garbage utility fees increase by the amount in the bylaw. So the cost did increase for that service level, but our revenue on that side has also increased.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Admin services is the next department. Also an increase. There's a slight increase for the corp admin structure, which particularly in communications, that department is still in a bit of a temporary state, but there was an increase there to help there. And then the rest of the salary increases in admin increases related to the exempt compensation policy. So contractual based increases. Asset management, which includes technology and IT. I discussed this earlier, but the main increase here is the computer licensing and support, which is increased by about 49,000 because of both inflationary based increases in our existing systems and software, but also the permit tracking software is fairly new too. Development services or planning, building inspection. I have bylaw in here, even though that's recently moved into corporate admin, but has some increased expenditures this year. In planning, there was an increase to FTE, planning coordinator, recently authorized by council. Also, there's a line in the planning department called engineering allocation. And so given the extra time spent by the engineering department and development services, there's an allocation I do between those two departments. So it looks like planning jumps up because of that. Building inspection is also higher because of the extra positions in that department, also recently authorized by council. I didn't realize I talked about those positions so many times during this presentation. But
And just for clarity, have all those positions now been filled?
yes,
They have been. Thank you.
RCMP protective services cost, it is fairly flat despite some bigger increases in the years prior to these three. I will remind council here that frequently RCMP has staff shortages and then we do get invoiced less, which is how we funded our stability reserve historically. There's also a slight unknown here that I'm still trying to chip away at with their new collective agreement. I'm just trying to get a better handle on in terms of exactly how much to budget for this and when to budget it for. So I'm aware that that's a thing, but this number here is just for their quarterly contract that we pay them for.
Thank you. Councillor Audie Kelly, did you have a question?
Thanks, your worship. CFO actually answered it
Okay.
because I wanted to ask him about the
Collective agreement,
contractual
yeah.
increase that the RCMP got.
Thank you.
Fire department, again, the main increase here is due to wages, contractual increases. I've split out the remainder of operating expenses here in this department, both to illustrate just how thin this department's budget really is outside of salaries, and also to highlight the efforts made to reduce these other expenses over the past few years.
Can I ask, in terms of reserves, are we, I'm sorry if I've missed it, but do we have money set aside for potential increase in collective bargaining with this union?
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Yes, also funded from the Stability Operating Reserve. We're planning for that.
I thought so. Thank you so much.
Parks, facilities, recreation. We used to see fairly large increases in the department, mainly because of things like the pool getting back to post-COVID. But this year it's fairly flat, and the main reason again is due to wages and contractual increases. This slide highlights facilities owned by the municipality where services are provided, either in the case through a partnership agreement or other facilities through annual funding contributions, which have traditionally been called grants. These amounts do not include specific event-related agreements, such as funding for Wednesday night socials, Grizz Days, Light Up the Night, and so on. They're in addition to this slide. Just the Chamber of Commerce here of note gets an operating grant to run the Visitor Information Center, which is separate from the Chamber's regular business. This slide touches on our facilities, revenues, and maintenance. Of note here is the courthouse. We are one tenant down in there now, so revenue has decreased there. Revenue from Max Turk has increased both because of recently updated lease agreements, but also because of increased activity resulting from the community center closure.
Can I ask about the courthouse? Sorry.
Please.
If we're one tenant down, and that is a significant revenue reduction for the courthouse, given its operating expense or budgeted operating expense for 2026, are we actively looking for another tenant, or what is our plan there?
Not actively looking for another tenant. We're actively looking at the space, looking at our own space allocation needs, as we have staff that simply don't fit. Like, we're sort of hot bunking quite a few staff. And over the course of the year, we'll be looking at the facilities where we might locate staff if the courthouse needs to be part of that mix, as well as actively engaged with the courthouse property property services, provincial property services themselves on the long-term lease for the courthouse itself, rather than for Service BC.
Okay.
But not actively looking for a new tenant at the moment.
Okay. And if we were to locate staff there, would we, in terms of this, the variance from revenue versus, would we notionally charge ourselves rent to offset the operating cost? Is there any value in that?
Might I ask, just for like a reporting purposes type of thing?
Yeah, yeah. Given, I guess the nature of my question is, given we're sort of we're using available space that could otherwise house a tenant who would pay rent. I guess, I don't know if it makes sense or not, for reporting purposes even.
I would say that we probably wouldn't do that.
No.
Mainly because we don't do it for the other buildings that we occupy either.
Fair, yeah.
Just the cost to running those buildings.
Just the cost, yeah.
Yeah. It just feels like inflating revenue and
Yeah.
expenses to me, which is probably not allowed.
No, and I wasn't suggesting that. Councillor Stu Smith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. No, I was just going to remark that City Hall seems increasingly too small for the number of people that are in there, and I note the parking lot's quite often overflowing. So, I mean, foregoing the rental income would probably be cheaper than coming up with more office space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
So,
fair.
not the worst of ideas.
This slide's a breakdown of our public works department. The top one there is that funny looking one that I just explained because of Councillor Ramadas's question. But so that department kind of exists as a holding spot for our equipment charge out rate, which then gets allocated to the other various departments. But the main increase here is engineering services, which again is part of those positions that council previously approved. Waste and recycling is up because we have a new agreement, or the agreement is expiring. Or sorry, the contract is expiring for that. And then,
Sorry,
problem.
Mr. Burdick, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. And just to build on the question that Councillor Ramadas asked that you just said about the allocation of Blue Book expenses. On page 2, when we look at mobile equipment and there's negative numbers there, is that the same source for those numbers?
yes, and then even so, I think it's the 7th line on page 2, operations admin. You can see the actuals is really large, and that's because that equipment allocation hasn't been done yet. So it all just pumps into that operations admin line, and then we allocate it out to the various departments. So that's why, snow removal actuals are low, and other departments too. Yeah. And then I guess to illustrate that concept more, I have this mobile equipment department, the big negative line item there of 1.3, that's showing the charge outs. And really that number should be what we save for reserves just based on Blue Book rates. But you can see we save 1.07, which is a lot higher than 2 years ago of 675.
Mm-hmm.
And then the top line there, the mobile equipment expense, that's where costs like fuel and insurance goes. And so the top line is our annual costs. Bottom line is what we're saving to replace. Safety department, fairly flat from 2025. I mentioned earlier that our actuals and training were lower because we've had an absence from that department for a while. This slide is our transfers to reserves. It goes back a few years, and it really was meant to illustrate for council the reduction in transfers since the loan for the operations facility But this year is the first year without that 600K loan payment, and you can see that the increases to various reserves. That 600K has been put back into streets, facility renovation, and mobile equipment to get them back to historical amounts from before the short-term loan. And then, so last couple slides here from operating. Here's our preliminary shortfall for 2026 and some of the major increases to costs and revenues that contribute to that. Green is good, red is bad. Total at the bottom is just under 414,000. Last year, our initial shortfall was 636,000. Again, this year would translate to 4.03%. At any point between now and March 10th, council can have a look where we may be able to adjust certain service levels or perhaps delay certain projects. But this is the draft operating budget package that's included in your binders. And just for some context, that 4.03% is the lowest initial draft tax increase we've had since 2020. And then
Sorry, Mr. Burdett. Councillor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. CFO, I think this slide answered my previous question. This is really good information. I did have a question on streets. I think it was 2 slides behind, if you wouldn't mind, CFO. Yeah, here. Can you remind us on streets work, like are we complying with the base case in the IICP recommendation, or are we going aggressive in fixing the streets? You know what I mean? Like there is the base case and there is, replacement rates at a faster rate. Like what exactly is driving this?
So this number on this screen is mainly our operating expenses. So that'll be salaries, insurance.
Sorry, yeah, capital. Maybe it's a capital question, but I'm just curious how we are thinking through how we are working on streets this year and next year.
Right. So, and you touched on it earlier. You said IICP. So that is the direct influence for the projects that we're tackling to go after. So I think the next. Okay, the next major streets project, you'll see it upcoming in slides here when we get into engineering and public works. Is that okay for now, Councillor Ramirez?
Yeah, I gave thumbs up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
And then this is a waterfall chart of that previous slide. For those who like their data a little more visual. The left column starting 0.0 is the 2025 budget. And then the cost shortfall goes up or down as you move to the right of the graph. Orange is down, blue is up, ending at just over $410,000 shortfall. And now I would like to switch to capital plan, and the representative from each department will be taking over. But Mayor Milligan, this is roughly the halfway point of our slides.
We'll take a 10-minute recess, 15-minute recess. Anybody have a preference? 10? We'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
I didn't want to miss this. This is the first or second most important thing you do.
Right? We'll just wait for our corporate officer, Ms. Rhodes, if that's okay. That's our countdown. Don't know where our corporate officer went to.
Literally the only other person that has to be here to go to the meeting.
Right? There she is. That's okay. Did you need to get something to eat?
Yeah.
Bring your lunch. Bring it over.
You probably turn the camera off.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have to have her camera on?
No. Yeah, just turn your camera off while you're eating. Welcome back. Okay, Mr. Burdett. Back to you.
Thank
No,
you.
who's first?
Yeah, I'll take it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, switch to capital plan. I just have a few high-level intro slides, and then I'm going to flip it to Director Jansen to start. This slide is our summary of departmental projects. The gray column on the left is our proposed plan for the year. It's $15 million. This figure is not all new projects. It includes approximately 2.8 million of carry forward projects from 2025. A lot of the projects that make up this number will be discussed as we go through this afternoon. This slide is the primary funding sources of those capital projects. The top half is the amount pulling from our reserves, 4.8 million. The bottom half is external funding sources, whether it's RMI. I believe that the external donation is for our secondary water source project, which is a carry forward. That was there last year as well. And then the $8 million borrowing / grant for the fire hall is a major funding source. And then this, I pointed out this table earlier. This is page 21 of your binder, but this is our reserves for the next 3 years. It's a super busy slide. Opening balance of 17.4 million for this year, plus contributions of 5.7 less 6.3 withdrawals equals ending balance of 16.8. Oh, sorry, 17.4. I apologize. I think I have some of my notes wrong here, but anyway, previous years, that balance was decreasing quite a bit because we were withdrawing more than we were putting in, and we've been, again, putting effort into that and trying to manage our projects more appropriately. So I would like to this point, turn it over to Director Jansen to walk through some of the major projects for asset management.
Thank you again, Director Burdett. I'll now walk council through the asset management budget and our role in supporting reliable service delivery across the organization. Our work focuses on the systems and information that departments rely on every day. The 2026 budget protects core services and makes targeted investments to support council priorities. So this slide shows asset management work advancing council's priorities through 27. In 26, the focus is on strengthening information, service insight, and digital permitting, with several initiatives delivered within existing resources. Cloud Permit Phase 2 launches the planning permit module. Planning leads this work as the subject matter experts, with asset management supporting the technical implementation. So the module improves processing speed and turnaround for applicants with the goal of supporting the pace of housing delivery. The module launches this spring within existing resources. The Asset Management Current Practice Review is a cross-functional initiative led by the asset management team with support from a specialized consultant. It assesses current strengths and gaps to set the foundation for service-based asset management plans and more coordinated technology adoption across the organization. This work is already underway. Service Analysis Foundations establishes consistent tools for understanding service levels across the organization. This work complements the communications team's community engagement framework work, and together they create the foundation for future comprehensive service reviews and prioritization work. Capital funding builds this shared foundation. And the public online web map improves access to planning and property information. It reduces routine staff handling time, and delivery of that is within existing resources. As this foundation work matures, several follow-on initiatives are forecast in 2027. The Asset Management Business Systems Implementation Phase 1 begins selection and initial implementation of an asset management system, starting with high priority needs such as facility maintenance, which is currently largely paper-based. The goal is more consistent work order management and better integration across service areas. This work proceeds in phases based on priority and readiness.
And so, sorry, Director, will that use additional modules to existing systems, or is that new systems?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have an existing maintenance management module within our ERP, ICT VADM. Through the current practice review, we will determine whether to continue investing in that for certain areas of our business and opportunities to expand on a whole suite of other options.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. Apologies, Director. The 50,000 current practice review and the 40, is that in our 2026 numbers?
Yeah, thank you. The 50,000 is a carry forward from last year, and the project's underway. The procurement process, the RFP term closes next week, actually. But for the foundations project, that is a capital ask. Here, it was a year 2 project from last year's budget.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder, Director, for these ones that we're planning to expand into, if you could sort of give a bit of a high level perspective on what the specific like improvement and or benefit would be for these things. Like as an example, adding on the cloud permit thing potentially allows us to do better tracking of our building permits, potentially better throughput and so on. These new particular bundles on here, I heard you sort of say something about it, but I don't know if I'm clear that that means we're going to have more productive staff or need less staff or be able to tackle things we couldn't tackle before. I'm not sure if I have a good sort of gist on that, if you wouldn't mind.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor McIsaac. That's a great question. And the current practice review will identify our priority needs and our biggest opportunities for business improvement, efficiencies. Right now, from an asset management perspective, we have an inventory management in our system, and then we do some maintenance management, but they're not integrated, and they're not integrated with GIS, and they're not integrated with our financial system in the same way. So there's lots of opportunity to look to improve or expand, but that's only one area of the life cycle management of assets. So this is a multi-year project similar to the development approvals process review, just looking at all of the existing practices of the organization and how we can modernize that. And in particular, focusing on some of the departments that are largely still operating under paper-based environments.
Councillor Ramadas?
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor McIsaac asked the question much better than what I had in my head. However, I'm still unclear, Director. Is this going to be fewer work hours required, or is it going to be better systems? Like I'm still unclear on that.
I do appreciate the question, and I do think that this is part of that foundation work. So we're doing the assessment to identify specifically. Right now, we've identified that we do not have tools that support our teams. The tools are not functioning adequately, and in some departments, there are no tools. And so working through this current practice review will set us up for understanding what our priority needs are and what those opportunities are, whether that's business improvement on reporting, or if it's work order efficiency or less hours on various things, or just more clarity on our preventative maintenance program. So we'll have that at the same time as going through that process. This review initiative will also set us up for implementing operational asset management plans across our service areas. So I can't answer the question specifically at this time.
That's the nature of the project, is to answer that question. Councillor Adia Kelly?
Thanks, Your Worship. A comment and then a question. Well, ideally, it would be nice to see staff have the tools to leverage so that the tools can do some of the work and the staff can do more value-added things. So I would love to see that happen. And then question, when you say multi-year project, could you just give us an idea of how many multi-years?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Adia Kelly. We will know more at the end of 26 on what that looks like, but working through our experiences of implementing new technology and modernizing a department entirely, we have the example of the building services and working through planning. Implementing technology, there's different ways that you can approach it, but we're approaching it from a standard best practice, making sure that we have the right training in place, process documentation, governance tools, security access, those types of things, as opposed to just purchasing from a vendor and having them install it. And then, that was sort of our previous legacy practice. So anticipating working through various service areas based on priority, and we'll have a better idea of that probably Q3 this year.
Okay. Well, and front loading with the change management process so that, you work through the adoption part more easily and effectively. Thank you.
Absolutely. I am quite certain that our teams across the organization are keen for new, fresh tools that support their daily work. So I've lost place here. I think that I will just pick up here at the asset management plan development phase. So this work supports, again, I already spoke to this, in developing service-based asset management plans using improved data and consistent frameworks established through the current practice review. So over time, this will make life cycle risks and funding needs more visible to council, while also strengthening operational continuity as staff roles evolve. Moving on, the comprehensive service review framework, this establishes the consistent methodology for deeper service reviews once foundation work is complete, speaking to the Service Analysis Foundations project, as well as the communications focus on the community engagement framework. So together, this work shows a deliberate progression from foundation building to 26 to phased implementation beginning in 27. This slide shows asset management work advancing council's. Oh, sorry. You're switching the slides and I have to as well. This slide outlines scheduled life cycle renewal required to keep core systems behind daily operations reliable. So this is not discretionary. It prevents service disruption and protects business continuity. This is responsible life cycle stewardship, maintaining the infrastructure we already rely on so services remain stable. You will also see, and I spoke to it earlier, the $38,000 increase for business systems management support. As the city's reliance on business systems has grown, this stabilizes support for systems already in daily use across departments and begins establishing more consistent management practices. And it also prepares the organization for the heavier implementation period beginning in late 26. Both the server infrastructure and the VoIP renewals are already projects underway with prior approvals and carry forward funding. The cybersecurity assessment update reflects the evolving regulatory environment and the city's growing portfolio of cloud and business systems. Together, these investments ensure modernization work builds on stable and well-managed systems. This slide outlines targeted improvements that strengthen the reliability and resilience of systems supporting daily operations. Some of this work responds to evolving regulatory and security requirements, while other items reduce operational risks that could disrupt service delivery. Targeted cybersecurity improvements at our facilities strengthen protection of sensitive information and core network infrastructure. The NG911 transition builds on readiness work completed in 25 and positions the city to meet those federal standards for emergency response systems. Enhancements to fiber connectivity and backup internet services at key facilities also support business continuity during regional network outages, which we've in fact seen several of those regional outages in recent years. Together, these investments reduce operational risk as reliance on digital systems continue to grow.
And my outage yesterday was probably operator error.
No comment.
Thank you.
So as the city's reliance on business systems and digital workflows continue to grow, the effort required to support and integrate those systems grows as well. This slide highlights targeted investments required to keep pace with that growth. These pressures reflect expanding use of systems already embedded in daily operations across departments. The Fernie Fire and Emergency Services current practice review prepares the organization, similar to the asset management work, for sustainable management of critical dispatch information as the regional service delivery model transitions. System implementation for this one is scheduled for 2027. And the remaining items support new positions in the planning and development business units, including hardware tools for digital workflows and information management work already underway across the organization. A brief touch of forecasted growth beyond those already identified. The Records Information Management Roadmap targets a 2027 timeline for modern workplace design for a corporate-wide SharePoint site with implementation scheduled for 2028. Together, these are measured investments to protect service continuity as the city's digital footprint continues to expand. So in closing, the 26 asset management budget focuses on protecting the systems that support daily service delivery while continuing to advance council's priorities. As implementation work ramps up through 26 and 27, the proposed temporary operating increase helps stabilize that transition and reduce delivery risk. This approach allows the organization to move forward in a measured way while building the information and practices needed for sound long-term decisions. Council will see the proposed temporary operating adjustment reflected in the CFO's wrap-up slides for consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Council, questions? I am a bit curious about this next gen 911 and so do we contract with like how does that actually work in terms of our financial commitment to that? If you can, you don't have to go into great detail. I'm just curious.
Yeah, thank you. NG 911 isn't a system adoption, it's a process and data change.
Okay.
And so we're not accruing a new system that we have to manage, but we have to overhaul our existing civic address management and how we communicate information, how we create that information, aggregate that information, share it with our partners through the various contracts that we have, for example, with the RDEK and through to Kelowna Fire Dispatch. So it's just some heavy lifting on the technical side and as well on the process workflow development and how we work internally as business units as well. So
Okay.
it's more of a short-term lift to get us back to the standard, to get us to the new standard, and then it will become business as usual as we've built those processes out.
So is it a data clarity thing from our end in terms of the data we provide those system providers?
Yeah, so there's, I'll make a note, and we finished our readiness assessment just around Christmas, so I didn't bring it forward, but it is a very interesting project, and bringing forward a short report to council would be enlightening. It is a national shift from an analog emergency management system to a digital system, and they have a NENA standard, it's called NENA, and yeah, it is a data project. But it's also, the city itself has several data sharing agreements where data comes in from other organizations through, say, the provincial government, GOBC, and we give data to other people, and it's all aggregating all of our existing data sharing agreements and all of the automation behind that. So yeah, it is a bit of a data project. And
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to seeing that report when it's available. Thanks. Other questions for Director Jansen? Seeing none? Thank you.
Next is Mr. Johnston, Planning and Development Services.
Okay. The new kid. Welcome, Mr. Johnston. Nothing. I was welcoming you. Sorry, you need to turn the microphone on there.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's my pleasure to present budget and work plan highlights for the Planning and Development Services Department. Right, so I'm changing to keep an eye on things, but okay, thank you. My goal here is to show how we will leverage investments in the department to directly support items from the strategic action plan while addressing the high permitting demand in a timely manner. Thank you, Bryn. This slide highlights how our 2026 work plan will advance Council's strategic action plan priority on housing types. First, Council's direction to strengthen development services is reflected through the addition of key staff, which specifically target efficient permitting, namely a full-time building official level 1, temporary additional building official level 1, and the full-time planning coordinator. These investments directly support the strategic priority of maintaining service levels while experiencing sustained development pressure, and will help enable some of our actions on supporting housing diversity in the city. The 2026 plan includes upcoming work responding to provincial housing legislation under Bill 25. We'll be providing a report to the Committee of the Whole on this topic with bylaw amendments to follow. This is additional SMU-related zoning requirements coming down. Next, staff will be developing a housing diversity permit prioritization policy for discussion while ensuring we can operationalize it effectively. And of course, in terms of our capital investment, the ongoing work with the official community plan update will continue this year with $80,000 roughly to spend in 2026, which will be finalized in 2027. Along with other capital investments in infrastructure, analysis, and planning, this investment is needed to create a functional long-term growth plan with clear goals for housing types and diversity. The other major focus area for the department in 2026 in the strategic action plan is that of permitting process, which strongly ties to council's priorities of customer service and service analysis. The first order of business here is to create a clear tracking and status update document for the development approvals review report. Much work has been done on this report already, but we would like to formalize those efforts and reporting into a clear tracker that we can use for updates to council and the development community going forward. Next, we will launch the transition to digital planning module of Cloud Permit in the spring, which will include digital submissions for development permits, variances, zoning, and official community plan and bylaw amendments and subdivision applications. This will improve consistency and transparency of our processes for applicants and the public. Additionally, to improve clarity and ease of navigation, we will publish permit process maps for every permit type, submission guidelines and checklists, which already exist for building permits, but will expand to planning applications. And we are also planning to review our communications products across the department for the website and other channels, which will support complete applications and reduce applicant uncertainty to hopefully improve permitting efficiency and support the customer service priority. Continuing on the permitting theme in 2026, we are aiming to publish 2 critical service standards, namely initial inquiry response and building permit completeness checks. These are direct responses to council's priority for improved customer service, creating clear expectations and providing consistent experiences for residents and builders. But we do want to ensure if we are adopting service standards that we are also addressing the nuance and clearly communicating expectations that go with those standards, namely what complete applications mean. We will work with the leadership team to ensure consistency and alignment with the other work related to service standards across the organization. We are also planning to establish internal checklists for the building officials for plan reviews and inspections, starting with common building types. And lastly, here we've identified a funding opportunity in the local government development approvals program that could support complete digitization of our planning and land use related hard copy files. So we're talking about thousands of files to be shipped and scanned and returned to us in digital format, which will eliminate long-standing inefficiencies and improve both productivity and customer access to records. We have initial conservative estimates of upwards of $200,000 for this project, which is 100% grant funded and would only advance if we were successful with the grant. I will be advancing a report to council in March on that topic. And that is it for our 2026 summary. Thank you.
Questions from council? Councilor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. Good presentation there, Director. Just a quick question. How much of the McIlhenny's recommendations have we covered so far? Like, you remember the workshop that happened 2 years ago? Like, there were a set of recommendations there. Have we completed most of them?
The McIlhenny recommendations for the LG DAP.
LG DAP.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So this goes back to my item where we're planning a clear tracker to present to council that will itemize all of these recommendations and report back on them. It's tough for me to give you I guess like a firm percentage or number on completion, but I do have that planned for council in, I think it was Q2, if I could return to council on that.
Thank you. Just a question about setting a service standard target. And I know, not to be unfair to you, you're new in the job. But you mentioned about a bit of a education process or a collaboration communication process with our development community to understand what a complete application looks like. In your early days, and with the implementation of Cloud Permit, are we better now in terms of complete applications, or is there still a challenge there?
Thanks for the question. It's a great question. My answer would be yes, we are better, but there are still challenges.
Okay,
Can I give you a simple example? Sorry.
please.
Cloud Permit allows you to attach digital documents and click submit. It does not audit what you submit. So we've had improper documents included as attachments that you can't flag as not complete until you actually get to that application and review it. So the system's not automatically catching those and saying
Okay.
this isn't complete. But we're working on it.
No,
Yeah.
thank you. Feels like a good use of AI to flag those submissions and tell us whether they're real or not. Anyway, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Johnstone? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Next is communications, but Mr. Bornowski has a slide that applies to communications and corporate services first.
Thank you, Bryn. Council, this is just a summary slide. I have discussed this with Council historically near the end of last year, and it applies to both functional areas that you'll hear through the remainder of these department presentations. And so both for, thank you. It is just to confirm essentially that we're going to maintain the structure we now have in place with a director of corporate services, corporate officer, deputy corporate officer, and then the communications manager and communications coordinator position. As I've communicated to council previously, and as you know, a number of these are filled in temporary capacities. And so there's a small budget increase, I believe approximately 8,000 to 10,000 that has been rolled into the budget in front of you, as discussed late last year, so that we can post and fill these as regular ongoing positions and maintain the improved service levels in corporate services, ledge services, and communications. I would just bring your attention to the advancement finally of the records management project in phase 1, information which is coming to council, and contracts or policy and bylaw improvements are coming down the pipe. Materials such as improving our agenda publishing process, and then of course, stuff like the launch of the newsletter, transitioning to a new engagement platform, and the significant increases that we've seen in both the cadence and volume of communications and engagement, but also the quality of those outgoing communications. So wanted to do that before we get into the presentations from the manager and director. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I was accused of looking like a DJ last time, so I'll take my headphones off. Good afternoon. I'll just dive right in and get you to go to the next slide, Bryn. Under the Strategic Action Plan for Service Insight and Service Analysis are 2 communications-led projects for 2026. The first one you should all be familiar with. This is the migration to a new online engagement platform that was completed earlier this quarter as we transitioned Let's Talk from Engagement HQ to Social Pinpoint, providing an enhanced platform for engaging with the community. The remaining work under that is focused on internal training and optimization of the new tools and features that's underway, including with the interactive budget trade-off tool that you'll see live next week alongside the series of budget conversations that Director Burdett referenced earlier. This project was funded using predominantly existing resources, although you will see a slight operating increase that was reflected in the asset management budget. That's for the subscription to cover some enhanced data security. The second project, the Community Engagement Framework, which was also referenced by Director Jansen, that's been included in the 2026 budget as a key project to advance Council's service insight goal. If you look closely at the Council strategic plan, you'll see that a consistent framework for how we engage with the public is actually a strategy under the community engagement goal. However, it was identified that that was a key action to allow for supported community conversations around service levels, as well as a key foundational component to allow for effective service reviews and the development of that process. That's a $30,000 carry forward budget and will be used to develop a consistent approach to public engagement that relies on the IAP2 spectrum and creates clear commitments around when and how we engage the public on projects and initiatives, as well as will provide a supporting toolkit for staff. Next slide, please.
So, sorry, Ms.
Yeah.
Rhodes, on that item, is that, as that's a capital project there, does that require consultant support? What's
It
the
will
spend?
require consultant
Okay.
support, so we'll go out for RFP with that along with some of the projects on the next slide.
Okay, thank you.
So outside those 4 identified focus areas and those projects we just spoke about, communications does continue to support the success of a number of other council strat plan goals. We have 3 projects that I just wanted to identify to give you a little bit of a high level overview of them. The first is the website needs assessment and communications audit. It's a foundational step towards the city's new website that is now planned and budgeted for in 2027. Before making that investment, we're looking at how our current website and communications tools are performing. The project includes 2 integrated components. That's the website needs assessment, which will identify the gaps in the current site, as well as look at integration of other platforms, consider where modernization is either required to meet current user expectations and legislative requirements. And then the communications audit, which, sorry, for those who don't know what the IAP2 spectrum is, that's the International Association of Public Participation. And sorry for using that acronym.
No, don't apologize.
Which is sort of the standard of public engagement. It's used by most municipalities and other organizations and set standards for how you do engage with the public for different types of projects. And it outlines your commitments to the community. So at a very basic level, if you're just doing an inform-based project, you'd be looking at giving outward information, but you're not necessarily looking for a bunch of feedback. And then it goes down the spectrum or up the spectrum to empower, which is when you're giving the decision to the community through a process like a referendum. Sorry, I totally lost my train of thought, but this one is, like I said, also a carry forward project, but with the additional staff capacity that the CAO referenced, we have that RFP prepared and ready to go out, and we will bundle that with the community engagement framework as they're very integrated, having the information around the audiences through the communications audit and the website assessment will then support the public engagement framework. And we anticipate with that work, we'll then have what we need to go to RFP for a new website at the end of this year. The following 2 projects are both operating initiatives that use existing staff resources. The Customer Service Standards Project will advance both the citizen satisfaction and customer service strategies, establishing clear customer service standards, including baseline and target levels of service across the organization. This is closely integrated with the planning specific work that was just referenced by Director Johnston. The intended outcomes of the work is to create a consistent organization-wide process for how we respond to and support residents. And then the final project on this slide is the Accessible Communications Review and Implementation. Again, that's foundational work. It builds on the endorsed Elk Valley Accessibility Plan, which includes recommendations regarding communications. The first components have been incorporated in recently refreshed brand standards, helping normalize accessible and inclusive communications across the organization. Intentional work in this area will continue to improve how staff produce materials, creating practical internal guidance and tools, consistent standards, and then supporting progress through the council strategic plan's equitable opportunity strategy, improving equitable access to information. And next slide. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship, and I don't want to really derail our Manager Rhodes, but I was just wondering if we're looking at new platforms for our website, if I understood that right, or we're going to study that. Will we use any kind of like AI? Like I look at, I know we don't have the budget or the size of Kelowna, so I'm not apples to apples in it here, but I see movements towards like, you know, digital cities. And so will we kind of like in this audit look at sort of a bit of future proofing ourselves so that we might be leveraging some kind of things like that that will help our staff?
That would certainly be part of the website analysis and the communications audit. So it's looking at the different types of tools that we would use and how they'd be integrated, and it's understanding what other municipalities are doing in terms of and what the community expectation might be around moving towards those types of tools. And then part of that will also work with the work that Director Jansen was talking about around levels of service. So if that is sort of the direction that the community looks to go, and then part of it would be with a new website, there'd just be opportunities to integrate that don't exist with our existing provider. And so a lot of that initial work is about also looking at the many platforms that we have that, you know, could be better integrated into a new website. Does that answer your question?
And I would like to just comment that I think communications is doing a really good job, and I see all kinds of improvement and engagement. So thank you for all the work you've done.
Thank you.
Councilor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment before my question, and that is the previous conferences, Kamloops has talked a lot about their AA stuff and also their obligation to share it with a bunch of other municipalities and move forward with it. So we might be the beneficiaries of some of their pain. Yeah. My question, and I hope this is not too low level, and I hope it's at the right area, and I hope I'm talking to the right person.
Right.
That's a lot of caveats there. But since we're talking about customer communication sort of service standards, something that's been brought up semi-regularly at this table is things like request for service communication. And I'm just wondering, when is that sort of look at customer service standards, is that going to include how we are currently responding and what potential changes could be undertaken there to improve or make better or whatever, ameliorate that particular process? Is that part and parcel of that?
Yes. So that is like the goal would be that across all of our tools, including the request for service, there's a standard in terms of the response, so that if you're going through the request for service tool, which is what we ask people to do for a lot of different issues that they might want to report, that looks the same, or you get the same type of response and level of service as if you picked up the phone, or if you send an email, or if you go through any of the other channels. So certainly looking at that from that aspect, and then also from an internal aspect, looking at, we have sort of a rudimentary request for service guide. So just what tools and information frontline staff need so that they can consistently answer questions that come in through all these different channels, because people don't always know the exact right person to go to for any of those things. So yes, that's certainly part of it. And then in terms of the aesthetic and the user friendliness of that, we hope to tackle that through the assessment. Obviously, we know some of the issues that already exist with that tool, but it could be more accessible and more user friendly. So that will get picked up as we move towards a new website.
Great, thank you.
And then this final slide, I just wanted to highlight for you some of the major communications and engagement work that's planned for 2026. This isn't an exhausted list, and I won't go into great detail on any of these projects because many of them have already been referenced or will be referenced throughout this afternoon. The overview is more to provide you with an oversight and to understand that these initiatives do require coordinated and cross-functional engagement, and they reflect a major component of the work that my team will support this year. And then just as importantly, they highlight the need to plan our engagement strategically. We know that our community can only be expected to participate in so much at any given time. 2026 is already shaping up to be a high demand year with some fairly significant projects that will have major community engagement components. And then there is also further consideration around timing and limitations of an election cycle. So we've plotted out the year with that, obviously knowing that things do come up and change. But this is just a slide to give you an overview of that and let you know that we are taking a thoughtful approach to scheduling engagement so that it is meaningful, manageable, and then aligned with our capacity to deliver alongside other priority projects. And that's all for me.
Thank you. Questions from council? I have a quick one on the wastewater education, and it's maybe, Ms. Rhodes, maybe not your position, in a position to answer this, but will we include in that a clear communication to our community that your sump pump should not be going into our wastewater system?
Yes, so this is at a high level, and Manager Pennell will go into it in more detail, but this is directly related to that type of education campaign to
Perfect.
support some of the other work, less about the process towards the new wastewater treatment facility.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I raised that question because I was approached by a plumber last week, stopped me in the street, who said he works in the annex a lot, and he said every house he has visited in the last year has their sump pump going into our wastewater system. And I often reflect on bylaws approach. It begins with education to achieve compliance and then enforcement. So I really think there's an important piece of education there that people truly don't understand their impact.
Yeah, I think certainly there's a lot of work happening in other municipalities that we'll be able to piggyback on. And then that was a theme that we did here at the BBB on Wednesday as well. So I'll leave that for Director Pennell or Manager Pennell to walk you through.
Thank you. And I have another question from Councillor Ramadas.
Thanks, Your Worship. On similar lines there, and this is not a communication question, like have we thought of any incentive structure to change the behavior? Education is good, enforcement is also good, but some kind of a rebate or something for people who actually take proactive measures to not move water from some pumps to wastewater system.
Yeah, we'll wait till Manager Pennell comes up and we'll maybe revisit that question. Thank you. Other questions thank you, Manager Rhodes.
You take it now, we will not pursue you. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'll be presenting on the Engineering and Public Works Capital Plan that aligns with the 2026 Strategic Action Plan. Please note that the majority of our team's projects have been previously reviewed, and that funding was approved through the water and wastewater utility budgets that were recently adopted in January. So these projects I'm presenting today generally fall into transportation, stormwater, and engineering studies areas of our work. First on the list, addressing the housing types priority, is the capacity assessment, understanding infrastructure capacity to support housing growth. It's underway to support the official community plan update and the small scale multi-unit housing zoning update. And it will provide clear identification of where existing infrastructure can support more density and housing growth, and where infrastructure would be the constraining factor for development. The next on the list is regarding capital investment, kind of points a little bit to Councillor Ramadas's earlier question. This is the development of medium and long-term plans for core infrastructure spending, utilizing the recently updated Integrated Infrastructure Capital Plan. I'll just say IICP after this. And the newly adopted utility fee bylaws. We'll be able to translate that technical information from the IICP into more predictable, fundable investment plans so that council and the community can understand what work is planned, when we're going to do it, and why we're doing it, how it links back to technical conditions assessments, and et cetera. Third on the list there is the update of the development cost charges to reflect growth and infrastructure needs. The engineering team will lead the update of the development cost charges bylaw review with support from external consultants as well as our internal planning and finance teams. The resulting bylaw will clearly link growth-related fees to the infrastructure needed to support new development, ensuring new growth contributes fairly to required infrastructure, protecting existing taxpayers while supporting planned growth and amenities. This project will have pretty extensive stakeholder and public engagement components. Yeah, thanks. Next slide. So on the flavor of protecting core services, the first one we'll bring up is the 16th Street water main rehab. So this one is basically as a portion of the listed water capital projects. We approved, or council approved $900,000 for water main rehabilitation in 2026 to start tackling the identified high priority water main replacements from the city's IICP. This year's project will be to replace a 300-meter segment spanning from 9th Ave to 12th Ave on 16th Street. It's a 400-millimeter diameter cast iron water main installed around 1925. According to the IICP, the main has very poor condition rating, and its age exceeds the normal 60-year service life for cast iron pipe by well over 50%, which is the criteria for making it a high priority. And parts of it are located in the service commercial development permit area. So obviously can't develop that further without making sure the core services can keep up. So this budget's to contribute to the road rehab component of the water main replacement. So that's an effort to reserve as much of the water utility budget as possible to address high-risk infrastructure replacements, as opposed to spending it on the associated road repair. The 16th Street is identified in the IICP as a moderate priority roadway because of its poor condition rating. And for that reason, we're planning to replace it to match the existing road cross section. It wasn't identified in the active transportation master plan as needing adjustments to the actual cross section of the road.
So sorry, Manager Purnell, it doesn't require sidewalks or anything.
That's right. So it's like basically the quote unquote cheapest upgrade. You're basically just making sure that the asphalt is renewed, but it maintains the same widths and cross section.
Thank you.
So,
sorry, Councillor Ramandas.
Thank you, Worship. This is really great, Manager Pennell. Great to hear this. I'm just wondering, in terms of execution, how long will this take?
That's a good question. To be honest, we actually will be coming forward with way more detail than we're giving pretty high level details right now. I understand this is the first time you're seeing it, so lots of questions are probably popping up. We'll have an execution plan and obviously a recommendation when this is developed and bid out as well. So it's a relatively large project, obviously, just under $1 million total. And like we said, if we allocate this 160 to roads versus taking from the water utilities, that means we get to actually just, max out how much water main we can replace versus, basically that's what we come to the consultants with we have this much money, how much water main can we do? Mm-hmm. And so we can do more water main if we allocate the road portion to the roads budget. So,
Councillor Shoesmith.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. I think this is excellent. It's good stuff. Although I do wonder, we keep picking on the easy low-hanging fruit, feels a bit like high grading. At some point, we're going to run into, we're going to be going after more difficult streets and such sometime in the future. But that's some distance away. Anyways, I just wanted to say I think this is excellent, and it's high time we started to get on some of these things.
And sorry, can I ask, was this, and I can't recall, and forgive me, was this one of the projects that we advanced early for early procurement?
Sorry, I didn't know if you were going to answer. I'm trying to remember. I think the design of this has been well underway before the budget. So
Okay.
I believe the design was advanced. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's, Mr. Pennell's right there. Design was advanced, but also council saw this as part of the water, wastewater budgets as well.
Okay.
Just that replace of the water main. So that kind of acted as an early approval as well to start moving forward. on
Okay, so
design.
sorry, we advanced the water main replacement as part of the early procurement?
No, as part of the water.
Wastewater
Water
budget.
budget in
Okay.
January. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. And then this,
but the road work was not advanced as early procurement.
That's right.
It's just,
Correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah, Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. Just to follow up with that, I think that's a really good question because we've talked about this repeatedly over the last few years as far as advancing procurement opportunities for larger projects a year, so as to give us competitive advantages in the market, because waiting till after the budget has cost us a lot. And I think we've tackled that in some places, especially with the roads and so on. But I'm just wondering, has there been, or should there be, an effort to do this as well on the water side as well? And perhaps there has been, just didn't come across clear in the answer.
So yeah, just to the slide, I guess to the slide beforehand, that's one of the major, we're not actually asking for additional funding. That's just from our internal engineering services, is to take these IICP plans and like you said, identify. So we're not going, oh, well, should we do this year? We know ahead of time. And that's where the early design, early bidding can happen. We can take advantage of market conditions where bidders, for example, for roads programs aren't, they're hungry for work versus already being loaded up for the year. And that kind of decouples us from the constraints of following a budget cycle if we've planned years ahead. And now we finally have a lot more technical information from our IICP updates that we've done. And as you know, even something in 2018 is fairly outdated just with the inflationary. So as Director Weir presented earlier, the updated utilities costs and the updated roads costs gives us a better map of what we can and need to spend in the next 5-year and 20-year horizons.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, and I guess, sorry, to my question is, even so, like we know, or appropriately, we're planning, we've got a clearer picture of what we need. Was this just sort of out of sync in terms of the opportunity to, because we could also potentially have achieved some savings if we bid the roadworks, in the fall. Mr. Burdett.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. Just to point out the timing of those two bylaws, the year 2 amendment was adopted mid-January, and then the wastewater was the very next meeting. So there wasn't too much difference in timing there, but I believe the whole project is, to get bidded together. So
you wouldn't, yeah, I guess the answer then is you weren't in a position to advance this until you had the wastewater and the utility fee question answered.
Yeah, had the bylaws adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And based on that adoption in January, we are in a good position to be bidding the roads portion of this early if we choose to separate it out from the contractor that would be doing the utilities. The design is well progressed. Understanding that we're not changing a cross section really does help it. You don't need to consider nearly as much as far as public perception or engagement for sidewalks and encroaching on boulevards and et cetera, et cetera. So it is relatively straightforward that way. Again, this was a very high priority water main identified in the IICP. The roads, it wasn't identified as a high priority road upgrade, but it is a poor condition road. So it's driven more by the water main underneath it, and the road, it makes sense to take from the roads reserve to complete this and maximize how much water main we can replace.
Councillor Audie Kelly, and then Councillor Shoesmith.
Thanks, Your Worship. And if I recall, Manager, when Director Weir presented too, she did explain to folks and to all of us that road work projects not encompassing water mains were kind of being bundled in like every other year to maximize economies of scale, allow time to build up funds, etc. Correct?
Yes, that's right. And you'll see this year we're not spending a huge chunk on the roads program. We know there's pending larger portions such as the Burma Road not really upgrade, but completion, I guess. And then also we know that there's discussion on the Highway 3 and Mount Fernie or Fernie Provincial Park Road intersection that would be a big draw on those reserves too. So we do have some engineering going on in the background for the next roads programs, should those two projects not really come to fruition in 2027, but the next bigger chunk of the roads rehabilitation, the annual rehabilitation program, would be in 2027.
Councillor Shoesmith.
Thanks, Mayor Milligan. I'm just going to repeat that I really like the thinking around this, not changing anything, not reinventing things, not overdoing things, just we need to fix the pipes. We're going to do that. We're going to replace the road. Great. Keep it simple. That's awesome.
Thank you. So I'll keep moving along. Sorry, I'd love to chat about the one the whole time, but respecting the time needed to get through the rest of the presentation. The next is the 5-year bridge inspections that we're going to complete, and the bridge repairs. The city owns and manages 7 bridges or bridge structures, including the Pine Ave and Park Ave bridges, which are more substantial because they're roads. And then there's the smaller access road to the wastewater treatment plant has a bridge, and the 4 pedestrian bridges that we manage and maintain. The Fernie Valley Pathway has one at Ferry Creek and over by Anderson Road, and then there's 2 in the Annex Park. So the inspection frequency was recommended from the 2020 bridge inspection report, and it's going to be conducted by qualified engineers and with specialized experience in bridge assessments to examine all the structural components and generate a list of recommended maintenance actions to maximize the bridge's lifespan and limit risk to their users. And additionally, we're still using the 2020 inspection plan and acting on kind of the lower priorities that were identified in 2020. On the Pine Ave Bridge, requires repairs such as the minor repair to the girder, transition barrier, and the top railing on the Pine Ave Bridge. So pending inspections this year, there's likely to be some further maintenance work on this bridge to rectify existing deficiencies in the coming years.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Worship. With the Pine Ave and Park Ave bridges and repairs and everything kind of looking forward, do we have plans for expanding the sidewalk or enhancing the active transportation connectivity with those bridges? I know we've spent a lot of time and energy trying to build active transportation networks, but both of those key pieces functionally are not very user-friendly.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually had a discussion with our project engineer, Ms. Line, this morning, discussing how much active transportation guidance she's gotten from some of the courses and our plans regarding the bridges specifically. And it's actually been not really a focus of some of the courses in that she's been going to, but I think that's a really good point. That's something that we could potentially approach the consultants with the bridge experience to see what we could do, with minimal structural changes to improve the use of those bridges in an active transportation lens. They're obviously fairly narrow for vehicles as is, and that's kind of the uncomfortable part of being a pedestrian on those bridges. But yeah, I'll take that away. Thank you.
Further?
Well, just as further personal experience, trying to cross the Park Ave Bridge with the chariot, the sidewalk is not wide enough for the wheelbase of those. So yeah, I can empathize with any parent who's trying to go down to the airport or come out of there with any sort of children.
Yeah, especially if it's the double wide chariot. So, yeah.
And sorry, Mr. Pennell, the Pine Avenue Bridge too, the repair and inspection, that will include the consideration of the potential of putting is it the water line or the sewer line under the bridge versus in the creek bottom?
That is funded through the adoption of the water and wastewater budgets already. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but in coordination, obviously, and we actually did talk to the bridge repair contractor about seeing if there's any synergies on that too, because if you're setting up scaffolding or need to do traffic control or anything for either of those, it makes sense to do them together.
Do them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that was the nature of my question. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, moving on, still protecting core services. We have the stormwater management with the McLeod Avenue ditch repair. This is an ongoing project to facilitate repairs to the drainage system on McLeod Avenue. The detailed design of the works were completed in late 2025 through early 2026, and we're proposing to complete the construction of the solution in-house to reduce costs and utilize our streets crew, but we require funding for additional materials such as culverts, gravel, asphalt, beyond what we can accommodate in our normal operating budget. If there's any questions about that, otherwise I'll move on to the next one. So it seems like we've had a chat on each of these. And then the next that we're proposing here is 15,000 for wastewater inflow and infiltration, education, discovery, and governance. It's not specifically driven by the council's strategic plan, but it was proposed, brought forward by staff, I guess, as a result of the December 2025 wastewater spill events associated with the major rain events. At that point, the 2026 wastewater budget was already developed for council's review, so that's why this is coming separately. This project will include public education campaign about the importance of keeping stormwater out of our wastewater system. Like you mentioned, sump pumps is a major one. Identifying specific ways where residents can help. The discovery phase of the project will better identify key points of I&I into our system, followed by the governance phase, which is where we'll try to bring some draft policy and bylaw to assist council in enforcing changes that are required. Project's largely going to be completed by internal staff, and it's still in a detailed scoping phase, but we're requesting funding because there's a communications consultant portion of the work that we have identified. We need some support from an external consultant on that.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. These are really great slides. Apologies, I have a few questions here. What problem are we trying to solve here, Manager Pennell, on McLeod ditch repair? Like, what exactly is happening there? If you can just give us a quick understanding of that.
Yeah, thanks for asking. My understanding of the history here is that there is not adequate ditching along there, and so there's partially due to some recent development of those lots. We were basically kind of able to get away with it, for lack of better terms, when there was a vacant lot that was taking on some of the stormwater due to a lack of ditching, and with development there, it's really not fair to the residents to not have adequate ditching. And so the culvert is to steer that water to the other side of the road where there is adequate, I guess, capacity to handle the water and not have it just rely on infiltrating on the residents' yard.
Got it. Thank you.
Councillor Audie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. This is maybe something, Manager, that you can't answer right now, but as part of wastewater education and discovery, would there be any potential grant opportunities that we could leverage that would maybe help defray costs for residents to get their storm and sump out of our stormwater? I don't know if there's such a thing as that, but that might enhance the speed with which we correct that problem.
Yeah, I think that fits really well into the part of the scope of this study is to identify, external funding sources, like you said, penalties versus rewards for residents that are abiding and residents that are kind of contributing to the problem, right? So, and not every lot is set up that there is another option, to be honest. So, but yeah, as far as getting grant funding, that's something that we'll be looking to reduce the cost for sure. Thank you.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just interesting that you got that comment about the plumber. I've had the same comment from a plumber who talked about the number of places he's been to in the airport. That's the exact same situation. So we apparently have an awful lot of people with their stormwater going into our treatment. This feels to me like a fairly big problem. Some of you may recall that after the wastewater treatment event in December, I'd asked Engineer Line about if we were able to remove the INI from the system, if that critical failure still would happen. And she was pretty forthright that it would not. Like that is the culprit here. And that feels to me like the potential costs of these is great enough that this should receive a fairly high level of attention. And so and I realize that there's going to be some education discovery here. They're going to give us some feedback about how to tackle that. But considering the challenges that we have down there and the likelihood that events like this are going to be increasing, and that we have, and I guess part of what I'm getting at here is I'm very confident that there are many people in our community who aren't even aware that this is happening, right? And they would be happily make some sort of change to it if they were aware. And so we need to do that work. But so that was the one thing I wanted to say is I do think this needs some elevation in priority. The second thing I want to ask is, are we confident that that's no longer happening? Like, is inspection for this already happening during building inspection to ensure some pumps are not going into our treatment? Is that happening on the building side? Do we know? Like, are we preventing the problem from at least getting worse?
Yeah, like actively the new building for sure. I've even in my short time here witnessed the building official coming to me, showing me what they're seeing, and both of us agreeing that, for instance, a floor drain and or a drain that's in a loading bay or outside being connected, like all of the connections to a sanitary system are reviewed, that they follow the best practice. And so, yeah, very much so. If there was anything proposed, like a sump pump to sanitary, it would not be approved and would be caught during inspection as well. Yeah.
Well, that's good at least.
Councillor Shoesmith and then Councillor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. It's a bit of a tangent, this topic, but I think it's fitting we touch on it while we're here and speaking about drainage. I think this is probably one of the biggest issues facing the town. I mean, I don't know if you all recall, we were told like our system was over by like 42 times what it could handle. I mean, a system for 400,000 people wouldn't handle that amount of water. Like it's clear the issue is I&I. But I mean, this is going to be a mess to deal with because there'll be stuff on our side you know, our pipes. There's going to be stuff on people's property. There's going to be people who don't know that somebody's done that. And, you know, in my experience, it's difficult to get drainage when you're working in particularly the airport or whatever. I've always done a rock pit. But I do know that there are people who will wait until they've got their occupancy and then reroute their plumbing. So, you know, like, this is a big challenge. I can't stress that enough. Like, this is going to be tough. Like, it's in people's houses, it's on people's property. It's going to involve digging up yards. And being gentle about it means that the next time that we have a big storm like that, this will happen again. You know, there's a very real cost to any kind of delay or anything with this. So anyways, I just wanted to express my concern for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ramirez?
Thanks, Your Worship. I think while this is a big issue, the fundamental problem still is going to be around people's behavior, right? And the best way to address that is through a better incentive structure. We do that with our property taxes, for example, where, you know, early payments get you rebates. We should be thinking along those lines where we can, you know, simplify the administrative burden and just put the incentives back on citizens to, you know, take care of their stormwater drainage system. So yeah, this discovery and governance, I&I education, it's all really good. It's necessary but not sufficient. I think the second sort of a bullet on this one is going to be around changing the incentive structure.
Yeah, just anecdotally, when I bought my house in the annex, it had a sump pump plumbed into the sanitary sewer. And when I turned it on, it blew the pipes apart because I thought I better test it. And the plumber who had installed it also owned the house, and he was a bit over enthusiastic in terms of his horsepower. But I do think there is, as somebody has already said, there is a big education component here. Like, people may not even be aware that that's a bad idea. I take your point, Councillor Stu Smith. I don't think that's 100% true. Some people know it's not appropriate and do it anyway. But I think there is a key piece is going to be the initial education piece, for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, agreed. We'll bring some pretty, I guess, convincing numbers, especially if you start comparing it to, like you said, the cost of treatment and everything. To just that risk is you know, frankly unacceptable, that we're so at the mercy of a weather event with something that should not. We're well beyond the published acceptable engineering factors that you should be accounting for wet weather flows. So something has to change, and it's nothing new. 2011, there's some pretty good documentation and public education at that point, even, that very specifically said to not have your sump pumps tied in. But so it's reinvigorating, I guess, an old effort. We do have a few additional technologies and more experience, I guess, since. So maybe we can move the dial on it. That's the plan. So, excuse me. With your permission, I'll move on to the next.
Yeah, please.
So yeah, speaking about moving the dial on the strategic plan, with regards to kind of livable community, we are working on some traffic calming projects. These projects were discussed in detail in the January Committee of the Whole meeting. This budget includes funds to action improvements in the 3 study areas. Implementation of a historic downtown speed zone, addition of 4-way stops at 2 intersections along 4A Ave, and addition of 2 concrete bump outs and pedestrian crosswalks in the Mount View neighborhood to provide an improved pedestrian route through to Max Turk facility. We're negotiating a cost sharing agreement with ICBC that will actually see a reduction to this 65K number, but kind of have to safely account for it. We're not 100% sure what ICBC will be paying. Okay, moving the dial again with asset management and livable community aspects. The first one here is proposing upgrading the remainder of streetlights in town to LEDs. As you guys may recall, BC Hydro did a massive replacement of all of the BC Hydro lights to LED. We learned from that one that making sure that the selection of wattage is carefully reviewed to ensure we're not providing more illumination than warranted. The color tone will change a little bit, but the lighting level we're going to try to match to existing as well as possible. The reason for this is we want to take advantage of a funding opportunity provided by BC Hydro to convert these lights. Payback is pretty good on this with a really conservative estimate of 120,000 capital cost. That's based on doing it in one campaign with a contractor. We'll see, worst case, basically a 4-year payback, because we save with LEDs, we're going to save about $15,000 in energy costs per year and another $6,000 or so in our maintenance efforts. So our streets crew can be doing other useful work versus changing light bulbs, because these LED bulbs last 4 to 5 times longer than our current bulbs. And the other one on this slide, we have the Elkview groundwater study. A number of residents on Elkview Crescent have been experiencing challenges with groundwater in their basements for many years and have been in contact with the city regarding this issue in hopes to determine the source of the groundwater and potential mitigation measures. This study involves installation of 4 monitoring wells, collecting a year of data and the analysis on that, as well as reviewing additional information from the residents and surrounding area. We'll determine details on the groundwater's natural fluctuations compared to basement elevations, and whether or not standing water in the area is influencing local groundwater levels, and if there's practical solutions to address the issue that of the groundwater levels impacting the residents. So if we can apply neighborhood level scale solutions or household scale solutions to lower the groundwater, and we can take those recommendations to the residents or to council, depending on the scale of those changes.
Councillor McIsaac.
Thank you, Worship. Just a quick question with regards to the LED upgrade. As we're going through these areas and doing upgrades, I believe we've had discussions at the table before with regards to sort of protection of the light pollution from the sky to preserve that and so on. Are we upgrading or changing those standards at the same time as the LED lights in order to contain the scope of the lighting and so on, so they're not flat out and lighting up people's bedrooms, which are unnecessary, and then confining the light to roads and pathways and so on? Is that part of that, or perhaps all of the ones that are being replaced right now already have had that enhancement? I do know we have a number of light stands around town who do not have that, and I'm just wondering if that's part and parcel of this changeover.
This budget doesn't change any of the LEDs that are already in place. Basically, if you see a wooden BC Hydro pole that already has LED, because all of them do now, this won't change the head or the configuration on those, unfortunately. Although we still are open to changing lighting levels based on, request for service kind of process. If there's, I think that's how we've operated since that upgrade, obviously, is that if there's neighborhood scale concerns or single concerns, and we can still try to address them. This budget, though, is just all of the city owned and maintained lights. And to address the other part of your comment is, part of the estimate that we're working on right now with contractors is whether it makes sense to just do the light bulb or to do the whole head. The cost difference obviously is substantial on a each unit basis, but it's still worthwhile, especially because all the heads you'd put in would be dark sky approved, and they give you that flexibility. And the heads actually end up with kind of twice the lifespan because you have a whole new, essentially the ballast. So that whole system has twice the lifespan. So they kind of pay for themselves that way too. So we're still working on a few of the details, but obviously this is our kind of conservative number in here. It does not cover changing the BC Hydro ones. Okay, and the final one, we want to maintain service levels. So this is a picture of the pathway under the CPKC bridge at Coal Creek. And yes, we do want to fast forward. It was given early approval in January, and we're just highlighting here a reinvigorated effort to restore this vital connection between Castle Mountain and Mountain View neighborhoods. It also provides access to one of the city's two premier waterways, Coal Creek. The 2021 atmospheric river event resulted in a partial loss of the trail under the bridge. Train bridge. We're renewing efforts to find a suitable legal agreement with CPKC and progress engineering and permitting to restore and maintain the trail. Construction may be in 2027, depending on the rail agreement and permitting timelines. And that concludes the list of engineering and public works projects. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Pennell. How many more presentations do we have? Sorry.
We have parks and then fire and then corporate services.
Okay, so we'll need a resolution to extend beyond 5 p.m. Moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Audia Kelly. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Council. The idea of today was to save a couple evenings in February, which were already packed. But if you'd like to see a different way to do it next year, please let me know. But not right now, because I know everyone's tired.
Councillor Shoesmith?
I just have to send a quick message to somebody I had a meeting with, that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So up next is Ms. Hill with Parks, Facilities, Recreation, although Mr. Bornowski has an intro slide for this department as well.
Thank you, Mr. Burdett. Council will note in the options when we get to the end, there is a non-fully budgeted but optional project presented. It's a service improvement. So it's not related to the stabilizing core services. It's a service improvement to undertake an assessment so that we can look at reducing noise and or vibration from the arena plant. A couple individuals specifically, but the neighborhood in general have had challenges with that plant. This isn't specifically related to the failed bearing and pump noise and now the Band-Aid or emergency repair and then replacement, but general just ongoing change of the noise. We have a study of the noise or decibel levels themselves. And what we found, those weren't louder than, say, highway traffic or the train tracks. There's vibration as well. And so in response to that shared concern from the area around the arena plant, we have an optional project to work with one of our firms of record on an assessment and recommendations on how we might reduce noise and or vibration from the arena plant as a service improvement of that plant.
Thank you. And can I ask, and I guess I'm not clear, have we worked with the folks who supplied that plant? I can't remember the name of the supplier off the top of my head. StarTech, I think is. Have we worked with them to, do they have mitigation technologies that they've had to employ elsewhere? Do we have a clear picture of that?
We have worked with them specifically when there was an imbalance earlier last year. You may recall a note about increased noise or something sounding unstable. Engaged with StarTech, had done an adjustment, have some ideas from them, but then I think a specific assessment on what is causing the disruption is needed. And no, we haven't really run that to ground with them as a vendor. There are options that we're aware of, but I don't think we've asked for a suite of recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hill?
All right. The Parks Facility and Recreation Department has one project directly aligned with the newly adopted strategic action plan. While this is our only direct deliverable under the plan, we are pleased to support and participate in other corporate initiatives that provide essential tools to help us effectively manage our portfolio of city assets and services. Our key project, the Facility Assessments and Capital Plan, will update the 2013 Facility Master Plan and the Asset Management Investment Plan. This work will address existing data and staffing gaps while delivering clear, actionable strategies. The initiative supports sustainable facility ownership, strengthens replacement planning, and improves long-term investment forecasting. Ultimately, it will enhance our financial and capital planning processes and inform future planning documents, including revisions to the Integrated Infrastructure Capital Plan. This project was approved and budgeted in 2025 and does not represent a new capital request in 2026. While employee turnover and competing priorities delayed its start, the project is now moving forward with procurement documents currently in development. This slide highlights how our work is advancing Council's strategic plan priorities, specifically in the areas of inclusion and reconciliation. Through the 2025 to 2027 Resort Development Strategy, there are numerous projects to advance truth and reconciliation, as well as develop more equitable opportunities across our community. This includes core event support, which includes the Elk Valley Pride Festival. We are also progressing infrastructure projects that reflect these priorities. The Gathering Hub and Staging Enhancement Project will support Indigenous tourism, inclusion, emergency preparedness, and sustainability by creating accessible and well-equipped visitor spaces. Similarly, the Signage, Interpretive, and Wayfinding Project strengthens Indigenous tourism, diversity and inclusion, emergency preparedness, and sustainability through thoughtful design and strategic enhancements. The Station Square Enhancement Project further promotes diversity and inclusion by developing accessible, barrier-free gathering spaces that welcome visitors of all ages and backgrounds. In addition, with the newly adopted accessibility plan, accessibility improvements are now consistently considered in all capital projects. This year, we are focusing on improving access to the Fernie Memorial Arena by replacing entry and vestibule doors and enhanced accessibility features, as well as purchasing aquatic wheelchair and an ice sled to expand inclusive recreation programming. The Accessibility Committee has supported grant applications to help advance these important improvements. Access to safe, affordable housing and quality childcare is essential for families and individuals to thrive. This slide outlines initiatives helping to advance these priorities under Council's strategic plan. Max Turk Window Replacement Project is a carry forward from 2025 and does not represent a new capital request. We are unable to secure contractors for the work in the summer of 2025 due to the budget approval timelines. The request for quotations was released in February of this year and is scheduled for completion in the summer of 2026. As part of our hazardous remediation program, Council supported allocation of a portion of these funds to support tenant improvements. The Fernie Child Care Society is completing renovations to childcare spaces at the Max Turk facility, and staff continues to support them through building permit applications and additions and alterations to existing lease agreements. We are working to improve affordability by carefully managing costs and keeping city services efficient. In 2026, we will review the Municipal Facilities and Parks User Bylaw and bring forward recommendations to Council for potential updates. Following the 2023 review, Council directed staff to collect data on citizen and visitor program usage, which will help inform this process. In preparation, staff have been actively participating in workshops offered by the BCRPA ensuring that we can implement best practices and effective strategies for managing user fees and recreation facilities. This bylaw reflects provincial best practices and continues to improve through our regular periodic reviews. Moving forward, staff will combine user feedback with insights recorded over the years to further refine the bylaw and the associated fee structure, ensuring it meets the needs of our community and recreation programs. This slide highlights how the Parks, Facilities, and Recreation Department works collaboratively with organizations to deliver and enhance community services. Through partnerships with users, tenants, and stakeholders, we strengthen community capacity by leveraging existing city assets, shared service agreements, and strategic partnerships. Ongoing review and operational support ensure we are maximizing the value of city properties and facilities, managing them effectively and delivering the greatest possible benefit to the community. This slide speaks to asset management of our facilities and parks. Council may have noticed that the 5-year capital plan is more fully developed than in previous years. This reflects the work completed through recent facility assessments, HVAC reviews, and roofing reports, which have helped better inform both this year's budget and future projections. Once the facility assessment and capital planning project is complete, our capital plans will become even more comprehensive, providing clear insight into required investments, reserve contributions, and staffing resources needed to properly maintain the city's facility portfolio. This year, rather than listing numerous smaller capital projects individually, we have grouped them into program categories. These programs will continue to be refined as we integrate improved asset management and financial planning tools through our ongoing capital planning work. A key deliverable of the facility assessment and capital planning project will be the development of facility dashboards designed to provide quick, accessible information for council staff and the community to support understanding and decision-making. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deputy Chief Robinson.
Your Worship, Council, good afternoon. Was it good evening? So I guess you know why I'm here. I'm here to talk about Fernie Fire Emergency Services Department. First slide, one that's dear to my heart, prevention and public education. One of the key roles of the fire department. The more we can prevent, the better, in my view. And so we spend a lot of time and effort on prevention and public education. That's in many areas. One of the key ones, again, commercial inspections there last year in 2025. We did 207 commercial inspections, and we'll endeavour to do the same again, if not more, this year. Commercial inspections are all businesses that have their own premises. We don't do home businesses. But with that, and that's a good chance for education as well. Every business owner wants to improve their safety. We also work with our other departments, building department on plan reviews. So when new plans come in, we review those with them to make sure that they're safe. And then we get onto the fun stuff for our firefighters anyway, the school visits. They love doing those. Last year, I think took 860 students across all grades of school. And it's great fun for them. But then we also offer training and to basically anybody that asks for it. So we've done first aid training, fire extinguisher training, we do Fire Smart. And basically we take every opportunity we can in the public to be in the public and to provide training and education.
Sorry, Deputy Chief, those last three ones, the training opportunities.
Yep.
Literally thinking aloud here, is there an opportunity to partner with somebody like College of the Rockies and create a bit of a revenue stream through those activities?
We've never really looked at them as a revenue generator. We don't provide certification.
Okay.
It's mainly training. I mean, for example, the most recent one you may have seen, we worked with the Pickleball Club. They wanted to know how to use an AED, for example.
Right.
They didn't want a first aid certification out of it, but they wanted more confidence so that if it was needed, they could provide CPR and AED. So it's not, let's say, a funding resource, really, funding source.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And then another equally important topic is firefighter training. In order to keep our firefighters safe and the public safe, we need to focus on our training. And we typically have that in sort of two streams. We spend a lot of time training our firefighters on being instructors so that we can teach our own auxiliary firefighters. We don't have to bring in outside contractors for that. So we invest in our career firefighters to be able to do the training of all our firefighters. And that's to both the NFPA and OSC minimum training standards. Our firefighters are trained in instructing first aid and getting that certification. We have all of our career firefighters are trained to the NFPA 1001 instructor standard and can certify in that. Well, they can't certify in that, they can get to the level where the certification is done. I'll come to that next. And we also have firefighters trained in wildland structural interface. We don't go into the wildland, but where the two mix is where we can work. But a large proportion of our training budget is on external instructors and contractors. Whilst we can train to a certain level, we can't necessarily certify at that level. So we need to bring in or use the college, for example, to certify ourselves. That's to the Pro Bowl certification, which is sort of the stand for firefighting. And then there's also the technical rescues disciplines, ice, swift water, and confined space, which we don't have the expertise in instructing in. We can respond to those environments, but we can't train and certify in those environments. Next slide, please. So those last two are already funded. Those are part of our just day-to-day operations. Now we get into where we're asking for some money this year. And so the first one is on structural personal protective equipment, essentially the turnouts. We have to have roughly 40 sets of turnouts on hand, and a turnout set lasts 10 years. It has a 10-year lifespan, at which point it has to be retired. And so rather than us having to come back every 10 years and say we now need to buy 40 sets of turnouts, we're asking for 4 sets a year. And that way we have that rolling supply, and we're always within our 10-year lifespan. One set costs about $6,000. That's head to toe helmets, turnouts, boots, gloves, so on. So they're not cheap, but we're thinking that if we can, by buying a small amount each year, we can spread that cost.
Makes good sense. Councillor Artie Kelly.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wondered if there was like a saving mechanism for PPE. Like, do we put money aside for that kind of thing?
Thanks, Councillor Artie Kelly. This is in your capital workbooks, and it's funded from our general capital reserve, which we do contribute to annually to pay for things like this.
And is this just because Councillor Artie Kelly raised a potential saving mechanism? Is this something we would pursue through an organization like Canoe, or is it not significant enough in terms of its cost?
I'm not sure what Canoe do fund. I mean, I suspect if we didn't do it this way and had to go for 40 sets in 10 years, and cost maybe such they would do that, but I wouldn't advise we did that.
Yeah, Canoe's and maybe Mr. Burdick can describe it more effectively, but it's essentially a municipal, sort of a joint municipal purchasing platform.
Yeah, I am aware that I think we're using Canoe for the ladder truck, correct? But I don't know what their scope is in terms of.
Okay, yeah, I don't know.
I'll check with Fire Chief Morgan on that. I know he's been in contact with Ms. Thiessen, who gave a presentation to council, but you know, yeah, and then I'll try and circle back to you.
Yeah, because I'd be just curious, because we can't be the only municipality buying turnout gear, and probably a lot of municipalities are doing it on the same kind of rotation, and maybe there is an opportunity for a mass drop kind of saving. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So, next slide, please. And then moving on from that, we're looking at some wildland personal protective equipment. Turnouts are not suitable for use in the wildland urban interface fire. They're too big, too heavy. Typically, what wildland fires are in the summer when it's hot, and so they would lead to heat exhaustion of our firefighters. And so wildland gear is not as, you're not typically dealing in a immediate dangerous to life and health, IDLH atmosphere. You're dealing with vegetative burns,
Mhm.
and so the PPE is not as what's the word? Thorough, I would guess. Though it still does work. And so we don't really have that at the moment. We do have coveralls, but again, they're not really suitable for that environment.
Okay.
And so we're looking to equip, we've got 8 sets of that, so that we're prepared for that. And they're about $1,000 a set. And then we're also looking to upgrade our current bush truck, 1716, again for wildland, and about 7,000 on that.
Okay.
The reason in part for that is, if you remember, 2 years ago, we deployed to Argenta.
Yeah.
We upgraded our, or brought back into service our retired rescue 1708. And it came to our attention that that wasn't really suitable for those environments. And so changing focus and adding more storage capacity to 1716 so we can take the required equipment. 1716 will be the vehicle that's deployed. We still have 1708, our rescue, in town to support any in-town incidents that might happen if we were to be deployed. And the reason for wanting to deploy is valuable training for our firefighters, valuable experience. But also it's paying it forward to some degree. We may need to call on our other departments to come in and help us. If we've already been and worked with them, had that training with them, then we can work together better. Hopefully it's not needed, but if it is needed, then we've gone through that process.
Right. Sorry, Councillor Ramadas, I saw you had your hand up. Did you have a question? I apologize.
Not at all, Your Worship. Yes, I did have my hand up. I was just wondering, Deputy Chief, like, do we still have that issue with having that gas-powered cutter? Did we replace it with electric cutters?
Yes, we do still use hydraulic. You mean the auto excavation tools?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
I probably shouldn't say this, but yes, we do still have those, but we'd more than welcome council offering, proposing a $60,000 to $80,000 lift so that we could replace them with battery ones.
Yeah,
We haven't asked for that this time. We sort of know our limit. It's certainly one our firefighters ask of our chiefs every few months. But at the moment, the ones that we have work, they function. And so let's focus the money where it's needed. Stage, but sure, if you want to offer 60,000, we will take it.
No, I'm not. I'm just wondering, that's all.
Next slide, please. So I just want to talk about our replacement ladder truck. As I'm sure you're all aware, we've placed an order for a new ladder truck. Our current one is working on a 5-year extension with Fire Underwriter Survey for us. That is due to run out at the end of this year. And we were expecting to receive that new truck at the end of this year. We've received word from the manufacturer that it's 12 months delayed. We won't see it till the end of 2027.
12 months delay.
Correct. Now, that is the case across the industry. Every vehicle is pretty much 12 months delayed. And so we have applied to FUS to get a further year's extension on the ladder truck to take us through to the end of 2027. But it doesn't look like we'll be spending that money this year. It will be a next year spend that.
Councillor Hamilton?
Do we anticipate any chance that FUS declines that extension? And if they do, what is our contingency?
Good question. Thank you. Put me on the spot. I would be surprised if they did decline it. And the reason for that is we test that truck. We get that truck tested by an outside agency every year. We've got the documentation and paperwork to show that, and that has been sent with our application to extend that. And it does show that it's a perfectly functioning vehicle. We have no issues with it. It's also something that the industry is experiencing, this 12-month delay. So anybody who has in the process of replacing vehicles and have asked for extension in the past are probably in the same position we are. We are classed as a medium-sized city. And so there is more leniency there in terms of how quickly you have to retire vehicles or move them into what they call the second level of service. So I think they will go ahead with one more year. I think if we started to push it year on year on year, then we would have an issue. As for contingency, plus set the underwriters for the insurance. So our insurance is based on our dwelling protection grade. We're currently level 2 out of 1 being the highest. We would never hit because that's a fully staffed fire department. So we're level 2, which is the best we can hope to get. Whether they will reduce us 2 or 3, reducing us 2 or 3 would potentially increase residents' insurance rates. That's not an overnight decision as well. So as for contingency, it still works. We can still deploy it. It's not necessarily the fact that we have to run it for another year doesn't mean all of a sudden it doesn't operate anymore. We can still use it to respond to fires with it. It's more a case of if we see it as a problem and want to affect our protection grade.
So as a related question, when do we anticipate 692 3rd Avenue will be occupied? Because our current ladder truck, I don't think has sufficient reach for the 5th floor of that building.
My understanding is 27-ish. Yes, I mean, our ladder truck would not reach the top floor. That being said, it's a last resort to use a ladder truck, especially from a rescue perspective. It's not easy getting people out. And so as that's a new building, it's going to have heavily fire protection built into it. I'm sure it's got sprinklers, the stairwells are heavily protected. I'm sure it's not a single egress staircase, it's a double egress. So internally, the building would probably offer a higher level of protection. But that being said, yes, we still want that extra 25 feet on the end of our ladder too.
Yeah, and I raise it only because there are interdependencies that we need to consider.
Indeed.
Thank you. Councilor Kelly.
This might be a silly question, but when we get our new truck, can we still also use and keep our old truck? Like, let's say, I hate to bring this up, but I'm going to, what if we had a satellite haul? Could that be like our other truck at that haul? Or do we have to have like brand new, fully certified ones? If we had more than one haul?
Good question. Thank you. So the fuss rating only applies to your first out vehicles that be first. If you have more vehicles behind that can come secondary, then that's no problem. Yeah, they won't improve our rating by having that, but yes, we can still keep it and still use it. Obviously, the flip side to that is there's more operating costs. You have to maintain it and so on. And then there's also the question is if we have a number of firefighters to bring it as well. But yes, we don't necessarily have to get rid of it.
Follow up?
Yeah, because I can remember Chief Morgan saying, like, I was kind of appalled at the low amount of money that we could get for it. So I was wondering about keeping it, or perhaps could it be donated to a department that's volunteer that doesn't have the same requirements as us?
Yes, I guess is the answer to all that. It's we will see at the time. If we've got storage for it, then maybe we'll decide to keep it, but we'll have to assess the operating costs at that point. Plus, it will be 26, 27 years old then. It's worth getting that pump serviced every year. So, other questions that I guess we'd have to ask when we know we've got the new one. Final slide. I'd just like to touch on our grant-funded projects. The fire department is heavily grant-funded. More on the side of emergency management, and I think it's fair to say at this point as well that in emergency management, the fire department oversee that. That's a citywide thing. Nearly every city department is involved in the emergency management program. But we have secured grants. We are required to upgrade our emergency management plans. The Emergency and Disaster Management Act stipulates that. The problem is provincial movement moves slowly. And so We're still waiting on what those requirements are at the local level. They're now expected in spring 26 to be in use in January 27. Unfortunately, we can't keep delaying the plans. We're working to grants, which have deadlines. And so we're hoping to complete our HRVA, hazard risk vulnerability analysis, at the end of Q1. Working on the community resiliency plan, which is the upgrade to the community wildfire protection plan, which was from the HRVA is 2015, the CWPP as it was, then was 2018. So renewing those, they should be completed at the end of Q1. Those will then drive the plans of upgrading Q2 and 3 for our the emergency management plans. We also have some grants that are, well, the next one we've still got to apply for. It's the EOC grant. The application for that is due the end of next week, 27. It's a $30,000 grant. And we're looking at spending 10,000 of that on emergency management training, and that's staff across the city. That's not firefighters. And 20,000 on equipment for our emergency operations center. This grant does recognize an EOC as a function, not a physical building. So whilst we don't have the new fire hall, we don't have that dedicated EOC yet, we can still purchase equipment. And the grant specifically says you can buy a trailer if you want to move that trailer around. We're not planning to do that. They see EOC as a mobile function because you set up an EOC where the hazard isn't, or it's not like to go. And so we're looking at perhaps some screens for that and so on, that money. And then one we have applied for, we're hoping to hear back by the end of this month, is the Volunteer and Composite Fire Department grant. That's another $30,000 grant. Again, that's split up pretty much 10,000 in training for our firefighters and then 20,000 in, actually it's equipment to deal with the likes of 692 Third Ave. We call them apartment packs, but essentially it's the hose and bundle stuff you can carry up the stairs and then set the hoses up at the top of the stairs so that you don't have to have a ladder on the outside. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And can we take a 5-minute recess, please, and thank you.
Any seat at the table I want.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Rhodes. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor Milligan. Next is Ms. Neal to talk about corporate services.
Greetings. So corporate services is primarily a shared service department that supports the entire organization internally. Much of our work is foundational and legislative in nature, ensuring governance, compliance, people management, records integrity, health and safety, and corporate systems are like functioning effectively. While most of our budget supports core service continuity, we do have targeted capital investments that renew and modernize how we deliver those services. So in 2026, the municipal election is a legislated requirement and a core governance responsibility. This operating allocation ensures we meet statutory obligations while maintaining transparency, accessibility, and integrity in the election process. This supports council's commitment to quality services and organizational excellence. So the budget here will fund a chief election officer, hiring election officers, electronic tabulators and services, including the optical scanners, ballot boxes, ballots, and on-site support during all of your voting days. The next project is the Records and Information Management Project, which represents foundational capital renewal. This directs council's prioritized objective of service insight and service-based decision-making by improving how we manage, protect, and retrieve corporate information. Strong records management underpins transparency, risk mitigation, FOIPA compliance, and long-term asset awareness. So of this budget, which is a year 2 budget item, is for the phase 2 of the Records and Information Management Project. This phase and corresponding budget includes a contractor to help guide the city through the action plan of phase 2 and leaves budget for increased anticipated destruction of records and salary for supplementary staff to complete this work. This project will result in an information governance framework, records classification and retention schedule, a records and information management procedures manual, and staff training and dedicated intention to integrating best practices and preparing for phase 3, the electronic documents records management system, or potential SharePoint readiness that will come in future years in 2027 or 2028.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Just to clarify that I heard you correct, did you just say plan around destruction of records?
Destruction?
Yeah.
Yes.
And what is kind of our, I'm not sure what the proper term is, but like how long do we have to keep records for?
That is part of the foundational work that through phase 1 deliverables and then now into phase 2 is like really determining and putting intention to the classification and retention periods of set records. So it'll depend on what type of record for how long you're meant to keep that for, depending on the classification.
And that raises for me a question of physical versus electronic storage. Can we store pretty much everything electronically? Or do we still have to store some physical copies of certain documents?
That is what the contractor will help guide us through on which hard copies we do need to retain for legislative requirements and suggested best practices with digitization and then making sure that it's in line with our requirements depending on what kind of records we're speaking of.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the next one is for health and safety. This funding protects core service continuity by ensuring legislative compliance, training, safe working conditions across all departments. Investing in safety education and equipment supports council's organizational cultural goals and strengthens recruitment, retention, and operational resilience. This is a preventative investment and managing risk before it becomes operational disruption. So many of our municipal employees work in high-risk public-facing environments, and without appropriate training, the likelihood of workplace injuries or incidents increases significantly. So the proposed budget funds legislated and mandatory training, which includes WHMIS, confined space, fall protection, ground disturbance. In addition, we are proposing integrating workplace violence prevention and de-escalation training for all employees. It was offered last year optionally for many public-facing customer service providing employees, and we are looking at integrating it into the onboarding and orientation for all employees moving forward. As well as we are proposing psychological safety training for leaders to support safe and respectful workplaces while advancing culture and employee well-being. To answer Councillor Ramadas' previous question, for our budget safety training, when employees are hired, we provide safety training based on people's current certifications or their identified needs for the specific roles. And then from there, mandatory training and certification is renewed through those cyclical expiry dates.
Thank you for that.
You just said thank you.
Okay, great. So service analysis is directly aligned with Council's prioritized service insight objective to help us better understand what services we deliver, what they cost, and how they align with community expectations. In 2026, we will begin advancing this work by completing the pet licensing review, which will be delivered in the second or third quarter and within our existing resources and budget. Further to bylaw enforcement services, we have a slight operational increase this year for replacement of seasonal and uniform items, accessories, and safety gear. And then for my last slide, this is moving the dial on Council's strategic plan for the human resources and our operating budget. This annual allocation supports the Culture Committee and ongoing employee engagement initiatives. So strengthening our organizational culture, internal communications, staff development helps directly advance Council's organizational excellence goals, as a healthy workplace culture supports productivity, retention, and the effective delivery of services throughout our community. Further, as Manager Hill had mentioned, our work with the Elk Valley Accessibility Committee is advancing improving community inclusion priorities while also improving access to services and facilities through our built environment action items. So this is largely operating driven coordination that ensures accessibility is integrated into our planning and delivery of services rather than treated as a standalone initiative. And as Manager Hill mentioned, we are collaborating on applying for a grant to improve the access to the Fernie Memorial Arena this year. In summary, corporate services primarily an operating focused department that sustains governance, compliance, people systems, safety, and organizational behind the scenes infrastructure. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Neal. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And then this is the last slide. The dates next week are at the bottom there as a reminder to council. The next budget-related council meeting is March 3rd here in the evening, calling the drill down meeting. I would like to open it up for a bit of an agenda discussion if there's a specific item that council would like to see. I do have some notes here on some specific questions to bring back answers to. And I do have the spreadsheet that I actually am going to stop sharing now, and so I can share that sheet. Just reminding council of the 8 options that were presented tonight. So this sheet starts with the shortfall up at the top here of 413,000. And then there's the 8 options And if you choose any of them to be no, then it adjusts the bottom. But,
Mm.
you know, if all 8 are picked yes by council, then it increases the tax percentage by just over 2%. So we'll revisit this every budget meeting. And then on the 10th, we'll be asking for direction, I guess, on all 8 of these.
Okay. And will you circulate this to council,
Sure, yep.
please? And the slides as well?
Yep.
If we could get those slides, because
I'll do that right after the meeting.
thank you. So returning to your question, are there specific items council would like to see on the drill down agenda? Mr. Bornowski?
Just for convenience, the items that we've tracked, and I'll ask that our corporate officer have a resolution of some sort, just formalizing this so we know we've caught it and document that. But the items, as I've shared with her already, are A, bring back medians in terms of median in terms of assessments rather than averages. B, let's add 2024 actuals to the summary pages in the first half of the binder. 3, what other areas are there where we could fund growth with growth beyond building and development? We discussed lightly fees in terms of recreation, DCCs, but what else? And so a bit of a note on where else we have fees with growing demand, where adjustments of those fees might help fund growth in demand with growth in fees. 4, there was a question about reserve contributions related to new growth. And so some sort of a spreadsheet or a model that just shows the compounding effect of, say, 20% or 25 or 30% of that modeled out over time. And I say that acknowledging we don't know what non-market change or new growth is year over year. So there's a lot of guessing in that. What am I at? A, B, C, D, E. Education and training, just an estimate of the number of staff doing safety training, or perhaps a cost per frontline employee, or just a percentage of training that can be divided between safety, non-discretionary, credential related, and then professional development, which may assist. I think that gets to Councillor Ramadas's question. And then next, there was a question just on clarification on the pace in streets around our IICP. And so just a slide or a note that lets council appreciate what we're planning currently versus what a highly accelerated pace might be if we were to attack all projects on an accelerated timeline. This would be similar to, I think, what you saw with water and wastewater, where Director Burdett had that slide that showed the expense of attacking all the high priority items in a year or something like that. Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, I can't add anything to that list, except that question about canoe and that I had about turnout gear, for example.
And Canoe does provide both PPE response equipment, firefighting equipment. At CBA, they have 2 dedicated programs.
Okay.
We were checking, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sure, if you'd like that. Absolutely. 5 minutes and we'll have a resolution to work with. Thank you. The new magic clock. Turn the beeper on this time.
Can we make that appear in the bottom of the break?
Welcome back. And we'll turn to our corporate officer.
Okay, so the recommended staff recommendation this evening is that council direct staff to advance to the March 3rd budget meeting the following requests for additional information. Median assessed home values, 2024 actuals for the summary budget pages, areas beyond non-market change where growth can fund growing costs, a projection of reserve contributions related to the recommended 25% of growth-related revenues being directed to reserves, a breakdown of training expenses by employee type or by category being training, credential, or certification maintenance or professional development, and cost comparison related to the current pace versus an accelerated delivery of streets projects noted in the IICP.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Adia Kelly. Any discussion? If one or any of us come up with an item between now and the next meeting, are we best positioned then to bring it up at the next meeting versus at the drill down meeting versus sending it in advance? I guess if something occurs to one of us, it'd be nice that you had a heads up, Mr. Burdett, or the appropriate department head.
I think it's best just to email me and then I can triage appropriately depending on the size of the request.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. And with that, unless there's anything else, we will adjourn this meeting at 5:28 p.m. Thank you, everybody.